Alright. And we are live. Thank you all for tuning in. Welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. With me are the usual suspects. Last time, the party got up to a lot of RP and discovery type of things. Delon went on the sleuth and the detective side of things. Detective Delon put on his sleuthing cap, grabbed his pipe, and went trying to figure out the identity of the Red Dragonborn Surtur. He also bought some information for a hefty price that fast lined him onto the potential what his identity could be. Gildas, I believe. Let's see, Gildas. You remind. Oh yeah. Gildas sat in with Eleanor for a bit and discuss some stuff with her, essentially having a nice little sit-down conversation. Then he went over to the temple, the main sanctuary area, and started talking with the priestess within there, and learned some more about her faith, as well as discussed some more details with her about what's going on at the moment. Bob and the gang, Bob and Snacks, went out looking for Tulio. Couldn't find him, so they found Yorm to try to track him down. Yorm led them all to a small cottage in the woods with green smoke billowing out of the chimney. When Bob went to knock on the door turned into a mimic and tried to eat him. Only for the door to fling open, the jaws barely stopped above his head, and an old hag was inside. She seemed curious about Bub and the gang, and that's when Bub saw Tulio in a chair, said hi, and the hag welcomed Bub and Snacks in. Yorm stayed outside. After a tense meeting with the hag, the party just managed to leave the hag's home, and as soon as the door was closed, they heard a crackle of lightning behind them as a literal bolt of lightning struck down on the ground where the cottage once was, and it was gone. Afterwards, Bub, Snacks, Yorm, and Tulio decided to go treasure hunting in the Sancted Glades, further within the northern areas of the Temple of Sylviana. That's where we left off. Oh, right. Delon also had a conversation with Prince Feyrundir, where he patched some things up and got some more information as well. So,
yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, just a bit. It was a good conversation, and that's where we left things off. So to pick up this session, we're going to go ahead and start with Bub and the gang, as they're technically still in the past. Haven't caught up with everyone else.
Whoa.
So, Tulio, Bub, Yorm, and I can now officially drag Snacks' token on here. Hey, Snacks. Don't think Snacks' token is showing the proper amount of HP, but whatever, we'll fix that later. You all begin heading towards the grove led by Bub to make your way towards where all the you felt the highest concentration of natural magics.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So as you begin wandering around the woods, it's quite tranquil here at first. Very, very tranquil. Just, you feel at peace here, Bub. It's like you're at home again. Even though this isn't your home, but it does feel like home to you. Even Yorm seems to be, kind of whistling to himself jovially within these woods as you get closer to the nature-filled area. Snacks is bobbing his head, just kind of humming to himself, and Tulio's twirling a dagger around without a care in the world.
I'd
As you
say Bub would crack his knuckles, but I'm not sure if he has any. Yeah.
He does. He has little claw knuckles. They're in his claw little area.
The bane of my
I view like
existence.
Bub's hands as like kind of like Agamemnon's, where they're like regular hands, then they have claws that go off the fingers.
Yeah, okay. That's a good That's a good point. Bub's gonna be like, at last.
Hmm. Something about this glade just feels right, you know?
That's right. I've been wanting to come here since we got here.
Tulio looks around. I don't see anything of a special value, however. But I won't lie, it feels quite peaceful here. Bit
Don't
disturbingly
worry.
so.
I'll be able to see the unseen here.
Snacks tilts his head at that. What does that mean? See the unseen. Can you track scent?
Yeah. So I'm gonna use Freya to let me see the unseen.
Alright. So you feel as Freya glows a bit on your shoulder, and she does a little dance. As soon as she finishes the dance, you see as the glade is swathed in just the most vibrant, flowing colors of nature. It's as if this whole place is just radiating beautiful, natural, magical energy. You also become aware of some rather. You notice that some of the trees are not trees, Bub. As they look at you, surprised you can see them, you see that they're very tall trees that the tree trunks are legs. You see them. Do you wish to make a roll to try to figure out what they are?
Lord of the Rings vibes. Yeah. Nature?
Yes.
Nature. 16.
Alright. So with a 16, Bub, you understand that these are Ints. They're guardians.
Have I ever seen one?
You have not. Though perhaps you've seen one but didn't realize it before. They're not hostile,
Well,
however. They just seem curious about you.
guys, they're treants.
Where? Where?
Over
I do not see
there.
anything like that. Tulio will tilt his head. If Bub says it's there, I believe him.
Well, maybe it's secret druid business only, but it seems so obvious. I'm gonna go talk to it. Hello,
Alright.
I am Bub, druid
As
of the moon and emissary of the blue dragon.
Alright, so as you walk up to this tree, and you see as two barky, bushy, mossy brows kind of raise on its head, and you see it give a big old smile to you. It begins speaking to you in Druidic.
Cool.
Hello, little druid.
Hello.
What brings you to our lovely glade?
Well, I have a friend, another druid, Uluru, and well, she was looking for a toy, so I thought it would be good to go to a very druidy place. And this is the most druidy place in this land. So I was thinking I could find something for her.
You thought correct, as there is indeed a lot here to find, and it is the most druidy place around.
Hooray! Let's see. Let's see. Cool. Thanks. Do you think you can point me in the right way? It seems like we could get lost here.
I think I could do that for you, little druid. And you can most definitely get lost. You see as one of his long branches reveals to be an arm, and one of the branches bends to point in the further northern direction. To everyone else, the tree just kind of blows with the wind, a leaf pointing northward.
Hey, we gotta go that way.
Ugh, shitty wind.
Yep. It is that kind of a glade, isn't it? Might be something in the air. We should be a bit quick in case it starts to rain.
Alright, this way. And I'll waddle forwards,
Alrighty.
following
Bub,
the path.
you take point, heading northwards, using your sight to help with Freya to help lead the way. As you keep going, you begin to see that there are more and more ints that line the way. You also see a few rocks, which as you walk by open their eyes, close, like widen really quickly at you, and then shrink back, and the rock kind of like falls into the ground essentially, like a little rock creature scared to be seen. Every once in a while, you see like a boulder or a rock in the river, stand up and wave at you. The rock is on its back. It's got weird webbed feet. And a weird bald head. A beak-like bill. They don't bother you, they just kind of wave, though, before going back under the water.
Is it a kappa?
Would you want to make a nature roll?
That's literally what it sounds like. I made a real life nature roll. 25.
Yes, it is a kappa.
Kappa. Am I safe from the kappa?
You're a druid of the forest. It's unlikely to harm you.
Okay, because I know how kappa kill people. I'm like,
But outside of seeing some weird creatures here and there, there's nothing else too much along the path. Let's see, Bub. Is there anything specific you're looking for, magically wise, within this glade?
Let's
As
see.
material?
Well, I think what would thematically be appropriate, since we're in a glade, is just like maybe like a particularly valuable kind of wood, along with some sort of valuable leaves or something that I could pound down into a dye, essentially. I'm not sure if that's how dyes work or not, but video game crafting logic go.
Alrighty. So you want some stuff to use for some dyes and some really nice wood, essentially, for carving, correct?
Pretty much. And basically what I'm going to do after that is go to like the most holy place in the forest and kind of bless it. And then I think that will be good enough.
Alrighty.
Not a very complicated plan, but...
So as you're wandering around, you eventually reach an area where the trees are not tall, but they're rather small. They have very large spread out branches, however, and it's more like an apple orchard, if you will, but a naturally occurring one. The branches don't have any fruits on them, but they have beautiful flowers. You can also see that the ground here is dotted in even more beautiful flowers and the like as well. You can also see that in the heart of this little glade area is a very big, beautiful rose that seems to have grown out of the center of this gladed area. Before
Cool.
you all can get too close to that rose, however, Snacks actually gets low and whispers to you, Bub.
There's a powerful hunter in these woods. And it's not Snacks.
Another hunter?
beast, perhaps. Very near.
Should we? All right. Well, we could try to avoid it.
It's in that area.
As he points within the glade with the wooded trees and all that.
Well, I don't know. We could try to get in there and get out, or try to negotiate. I
It's
don't
up to you,
negotiate
boss
with
man.
terrorists.
It is up to you, boss man.
Okay. Well, considering the skills of this party, I think stealth would be better. Just considering everybody here.
This is a pretty stealthy group you got here at the moment.
Yeah, so I'm gonna look at Yorm and I say, Yorm, well, what do you think? If you were a predator around here, where would you be?
If I was a predator... Yorm thinks for a moment. $16. If I was a predator, not many good places to hide. These trees aren't big. They don't offer a lot of foliage to hide under. Flower patches are pretty low to the ground as well. Not a lot of tall trees in the air to pounce from above either. So we're gonna have to be hidden in plain sight, I think.
Okay. I'm just trying to think. So I think what I'm gonna try to do is like sense the spiritual energy around the place to see if I don't know, maybe the glaive has some sort of like special effect that enshrouds the creature or something to that effect.
You could definitely try.
Cool. By the power of nature, 24.
Alright. So, you feel as Freya assists you in this. And as you're sensing out the natural energy, you find that a lot of this natural energy in this specific place is centered on the really, really large rose.
Whoa. Let's see. I think what I'm gonna do is try to communicate with the rose, as weird as that sounds. Like, I've talked to like animals before, but not really plants so much, so I'm gonna try to give that a whirl. In Druidic, of course.
Alright. Go ahead.
Hello. I am Bub, Druid of the Moon, and emissary to the Blue Drag.
So, Bub, first things, make me a wisdom save.
Oh. 14.
Alright. That's regular wisdom. I think you need to roll wisdom save.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Hold on.
There you go.
Even better. I might want to spend an inspiration, honestly. Yeah. I only have one, but... 16, there we go.
Alright. So, Bump, starting off, you smell a beautiful fragrance kind of waft in. Smells lovely as you begin to talk to the rose. It smells of the most beautiful, soothing, aromatic flowers. You feel yourself kind of calm and relaxed as you smell it. The others aren't quite as close to you, so they aren't smelling this aura like you are at the moment. But as this sweet smelling flower begins to just fill the area, you hear a very melodic voice as the flower slowly unblooms, revealing a beautiful plant-like woman within. She extends one delicate hand to you, bub, and speaks in Druidic back. Hello there. What brings you to my lovely garden?
Well, I have a friend. He's a very important druid who protects the forest for the moon. And, well, she wanted a toy, but I thought I should get something real special. And now that I'm here, I was thinking that maybe with your permission and the forest blessing, I could make something for her.
I see. She keeps her hand lowered to you, Bub. Do you do anything with that extended hand or no?
Yeah, sure. I'm willing to shake it.
All right.
Gets dominated, kills everyone.
So
But I mean, I'm
as soon
bummed,
as you
so-
go to shake the hand, make another will save.
Yeah. I mean, 20.
There you go. So Bub, you feel as the smell of the flowers gets stronger and stronger as you continue to talk to her. And when you touch her hand, you feel for a brief moment like you'd do almost anything for her.
Yeah.
But you kind of
Nah.
shake your head and you're reminded that the only one you'll do anything for is the blue dragon.
That's right.
You are now immune to her dominate person effect.
Yay.
Fun fact, yes, she can do this.
Kobolds are people.
They are a creature that you can dominate. Dominate creature, essentially, then. Whichever
Yeah.
one allows her to dominate almost anything.
I know they count as persons for the sake of D&D. I'm just being cheeky. Guess I'll shake her hand and be like, hello.
She shakes it back and slowly and brings it back to herself. You see, she gives you a certain look that you can't quite figure out at this time as you just say hello, essentially. You hear Freya whisper into your ear, Bub. Watch out, Bub. This is a very powerful plant. She could be dangerous. But maybe if we do it right, we won't have to get into any trouble.
That's a good point.
The beautiful flowery plant woman before you lays one hand under her bosom and the other on top of her arm, essentially, laying her open palm on her cheek as she looks at you. What exactly are you looking for this other druid friend of yours?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. She's a girl and she wants a toy. Don't girls like dolls? I don't know. Kobolds all like the same things, so it's harder.
All women love pretty things. If she is a girl, however, then she most definitely would love a doll.
Okay, that works. Well, I don't know anything about dolls. They need wood and like dye to like make it colored, and then you carve it.
That is possible. So then you wish for wood? Perhaps fruits or flowers for dye?
I have a question. I thought you were a flower.
I am a flower. I just so happen to be the most beautiful flower in these woods.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Well, I could go and gather that stuff. I'm pretty handy, but I was thinking maybe I'm very powerful. Maybe I could help you with something, and then we can trade, and I can get your this forest? Question mark. Blessing.
Hmm. If you wish to help me, I will allow you to use wood from any of these trees here, and I will personally give you some flower petals for dye.
Hooray! What did you want?
She thinks for a moment, tapping her green finger on her chin, before her eyes fall on your party members behind you for a brief moment, before they move back over to you. You see, dear Bub, I am quite hungry.
Okay.
I
But
have
you're a
not eaten
flower.
anything in quite a while.
But you're a flower. I thought flowers ate sunlight.
Oh, we do. But some of us flowers need something a little extra to nourish ourselves further.
Okay.
I desire
Well,
such a thing to sustain myself, so that I might remain the most beautiful flower in this glade. If you could bring me perhaps a deer, living of course, or an ox or a horse, or something about that size or so, I think we could consider ourselves even.
all right, that doesn't sound too hard. Uh, did I ever make a nature check to figure out what she is?
I think you made a nature check, but you failed it, essentially.
Dang, dude. 25 DC? Actually, she's like CR 30. But yeah, so I was gonna be like, okay, I can go do that.
I think the first 16 was for the Ent. I think the 25 was for the Kappa. I think the 24 was for getting stuff. Actually, no, I don't think you did try to figure out what she was.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, wait a
The
minute.
24 was to feel out if there was something within the glade.
I don't know what she is.
16. You don't necessarily know exactly what she is, Bub. You definitely get the sense that she might be a bit of a carnivorous plant, however. And that not only does she eat sunlight, but she might also kind of be like a Venus flytrap of some sort.
Yeah. I'm a druid, so I have no problem with that.
True.
Time to feed the Venus flytrap. So I'm gonna like walk back and be like, all right, guys, we gotta get an animal that's around the size of a horse for this flower friend I made, and then I can get what we need.
That's an awfully large thing to bring over to it. Honestly, not that bad. The way she was looking at us was like she wanted to eat us for a moment.
Yeah, so I was thinking we could all win, and maybe we could find something else along the way, or she can give us some tips.
Snacks thinks for a moment. tapping one of his claws on his chin before nodding his head up and down with enthusiasm.
Snacks knows exactly what can feed her. There are deer and elk. Those are about the size of horses here. One goes down quite easy, especially with this many hunters.
Yeah. Okay, let's go find one.
Yorm will nod.
Sounds like a plan. Let me see him out here. See if I can find one real quick.
Guidance.
It's 24. So in almost no time at all, Yorm picks up some elk tracks, and within just a few minutes, Yorm has guided the party to a elk that is grazing in a field.
I'm having tempted. I'm half tempted to summon a bunch of cows to beat it up. That would be overkill. Right.
And remember, Bub, she said she needed it alive to eat.
Alright, so I think what we're gonna do is be like, alright, I was gonna mold some earth to set a trap. Does anybody have experience setting traps?
Tulio raises a hand. I can help with that. Snacks jumps up for a moment.
Snacks is good at setting traps. Snacks is kobold.
Okay, we're gonna need a distraction, probably.
I think if I make my way around this glade a little bit, go to the opposite direction, and fire a shot near the ground, it should book it and take off in the opposite direction. A thunder crack and then an explosion near its feet should spook it running in a straight line, probably.
Okay. Alright, I set the trap. I don't know what I roll for that, but...
Just
set a
cast Mold
trap.
Earth.
Molding earth several times in succession.
Snacks will do, he's gonna do this to help with the trap. Get a 14. And Tulio is going to, do this to help with the trap. Alright. So, Bub, for your mold earth, you will be able to mold the earth to create, I imagine you're trying to create like a pit trap of some sort.
Basically, yeah, since we're taking it alive.
Alright, so you help make a pit trap. Snacks helps essentially smooth out the sides so it can't climb out. You make it deep enough where it can't just jump out. And Tulio, with his sleight of hand, has nimbly and dexterously basically covered it with twigs and moss and the like. Honestly, Bub, even you couldn't tell where the trap is anymore because of Tulio. There we go. That should do it.
Snacks
Alright,
helps.
Alright, so we're gonna hide in the bushes nearby in case something goes wrong.
Alright.
Should I pass without trace? Yeah, why not?
Snacks got a really bad stealth roll.
Well, do we get advantage because we're like in the brush?
Fuck it, I'll allow it.
Plus 10 for everybody.
Alright. So as you wait for, essentially the elk to come running out, you wait for a few moments, and then everybody can hear this. As Zorn fires his blunderbuss at the... and you all just hear kaboom! From further up away, essentially. You then see birds fly out of the trees, essentially, running away, and then a elk comes gallivanting, vaulting straight in your direction. Jump, 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 and then The twigs give out beneath its feet as it jumps and falls straight into the pit, taking a bit of a hit, so it takes some damage, but it doesn't die. And it tries to scramble out, but it can't.
Excellent! Not Snack's favorite way to hunt, but effective.
Nice job, bub. That's a good plan. Not too long after, Yorm comes stomping through the woods, essentially, over in your direction. Did you get it?
We caught it. Now, here's the hard part. We gotta transport it.
Let's see here.
I am tempted to waste the polymorph just to make it small enough to fit in a jar. That's such a waste of a level 4 spell, though.
Let's see. Snacks is going to assist Tulio, so he gets advantage, and Tulio is going to attempt something.
Guidance.
Cool. Yep, okay. So, Tulio, as you're worrying about transporting it, Tulio rolls his shoulders and cracks his knuckles, and he just hands his pack to you, bub. Hold on to this for me real quick.
Okay.
You see as he reaches down into the pit a little bit, and you hear with a grunt of strength, Tulio lifts the elk out of the pit, and it starts squirming in his arms, kicks him in the head a little bit, but he's basically fine, and he ends up corralling its four legs and just strong-arming it at this point. Alright, where are we going, bub?
Right this way.
Alright, so Bub, you lead the party back, an elk trying and failing to get out of Tulio's surprisingly athletic grasp.
We could knock it out, I guess, but yeah.
And once you get to the glade again, you see that the flower has returned to its large rose form, no longer visible to you, and Tulio waits for basically what to do with it.
Okay. Would I know the appropriate way to, like, present it?
I don't think you would, because you don't know what she is. But
Yeah.
I would say that perhaps you'd know that, she seems to have the ability to lull things into a state of tranquility.
Okay.
So that might be useful here.
Alright, I'll tell everyone else to stand back, and then we'll, like, throw it down on the ground and be like, alright, I'm back, I got it.
So the beautiful giant rose unfurls, and you see as the same beautiful plant-like woman is beneath. Tulio puts the elk down, and it starts to scamper for a moment, and then stops, kind of sways for a moment, and calms down instantly. Kind of like walking around the forest glade. As if it's back home where it's always belonged, kind of a thing. Not a care in the world. So you see as the plant-like woman visibly licks her green lips before nodding towards you, Bub. Thank you, dearest Bub. Little Druid. As promised, you may have one of my trees within this glade, and she reaches down to the rose that's at basically her feet, and plucks a petal and another petal before folding them over her arm and handing them to you.
Ray gets totally, like, taken over by the giant paddle.
No, you're still immune to the effect for 24 hours.
No, I mean the pedal's so large it just falls on me because
So you take it, it's just like boom, until you get back up and drag him away.
Yeah. I only have a strength of 10.
So with two of her lovely rose petals in your possession now, Bub, you are also free to She said you could have one of her trees, so if you wanted to cut the whole thing down or just take a bit of wood from it, you probably could at this point.
All right, I'm gonna find a very like jam-packed spiritual tree that hopefully isn't like, you know, an ant or whatever.
You very easily do so.
Cool. No, I'm taking the whole tree. She's giving it to me.
Alright, so you take the whole tree. So, with Yorm, Tulio, and Snax' help, do you cut the tree down or do you try to uproot it?
Would I know like the best way to chop down a tree? Because Druid.
You easily would, so you'd be able to help. Basically, no skill roll needed with that. If you uprooted it, skill roll needed.
Yeah. No, we'll cut it down so it can like grow back, basically.
Alrighty. So you basically communicate to the others a very specific way to cut it down so that it'll regrow from the base.
Yeah.
Alright. So they successfully do so, following your instructions, and now you have 2 red petals and quite a good sum of wood in the form of this small little tree. Small but dense.
Hooray. All right. And I know the temple's up here, right?
Yes, the temple is visible from this location. It's just off in the distance. The temple is huge.
Okay.
So you would be able to make your way back with ease if you kept your eyes focused on it.
Cool. And where were we having the meeting, just to be clear?
At the Temple of Sylviana, in one of
okay.
in one of the rooms, essentially.
All right, so I'm like, all right, everyone, we got some valuable stuff.
Indeed, it was quite the good hunt.
Tulia nods. Yep, this tree is worth quite a good sum of gold, and these are Alurain petals. I'm surprised it didn't eat you, bub.
Well, sometimes you just gotta appeal to self-interest.
Exactly. Glad you're learning that, bub. It's very useful.
Give and take. So I'm gonna take everybody back to the temple. Like, I'm pretty good. Like, I'm pretty
Alrighty.
sure this forest can just eat us all alive because it's higher than our CR.
It is actually. It is actually.
So I'm like, I'm just gonna get in and get out.
All right, so you guide the party back over towards the Temple of Sylviana. Tulio is helping carry the tree trunk. Stax is helping carry the petals for you. Yorm is
Cool.
helping with Tulio with the tree, essentially. As you make your way back, some guards give you curious looks, but they don't seem to bother you about what you're carrying because it's not much, and you're a druid, so clearly there's a reason. Druid business, I'm sure. And
Alright,
once you
so-
head back, you find a place quite quickly to deposit these things.
Okay. All right, we're good. I guess we're gonna have this meeting. Oh, wait, how much time do I even have left until that? Like, I wouldn't know.
I mean, theoretically, you have till morning, so you have plenty of time.
Yeah,
And
at this
obviously I wanna
time it's
work-
about evening.
Cool. So obviously, I'm a kobold. I need a normal amount of sleep, but
Yes.
if I can, I'd start working on the toy.
Alright, so you start working on the toy. Let's see. See here, bub. What would you use to work on the toy?
I don't think. Let me check something. I don't know if I have any tool proficiencies.
I think you have herbalism kit, but that's it.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, okay, well I can get the ingredients, but I don't know what to do next. But you know, Bob doesn't know what to do. But
Seeing you kind of looking at the ingredients and scratching your head on how to put them together, Tulio kind of like gives you a pat on your blue head and offers to help.
okay, well I know how to do herbs and crush herbs, so I can at least help with that.
Tulio gives you a nod. You make the dye for the coloring, and you tell me exactly what you want carved, bub, and I'll carve it up for you.
Okay. So I'll tell him what I want. I'm not actually sure out of game what it is, but we can just go ahead and I'd be guidancing.
Alright. So 19. So Tulio carves up with very good accuracy, not wasting almost any wood, leaving a decent chunk of it left. Exactly what you told him to carve. We'll determine what the doll looks like later, essentially.
Cool.
If you want to use your herbalism kit to make some dye, you could.
Yeah. So how does that work? I know like if you have the right tools, like it basically gives you advantage on whatever.
I believe you click it, and it has set to quarry, and you can set the skill that is the focus when you roll it, essentially. If
Yeah.
turning petals into dye, I would say roll either nature or like survival or medicine, maybe. Those make the most sense to me. So I believe you you click herbalism kit, I think. And it does like attribute, and I think you set the attribute. So whichever attribute is the skill you want, I think you set it as.
Explorer's pack, backpack, mess kit.
No,
Do
no,
I
look
have
under
it
tool
on here?
proficiencies and custom skills on Bub.
Oh,
It's
here
right
we
below
go.
your wisdom. Your passive wisdom. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you just
And
click the
just
actual part
uses
to roll it, it should query
wisdom?
which stat you
Okay.
want to use for it. There you go. Alright.
21.
So, Bub, you make all of the dye you need with only one of the petals, so you still have one petal left if you wanted to keep that or for some reason or another.
Ray. Yeah, I'll use that for myself.
Alright. So you basically have half of I'd say like half a sacred tree and one Alrain petal, essentially, at the moment.
How do you spell that?
I believe it's like this. Hold on. Alraune. Like that, I think. Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Petal. Now that I have had time to examine them, can I like figure out what it is?
Make another nature roll, actually.
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know. Let's see. Even with advantage, you don't know that roll. It's a bad roll. Classic Bub. Classic Bub. Even if Tulio name dropped it, you don't know what an Alaron is.
That's fine.
All you know is that now you know what its name was, and that it was some sort of carnivorous plant that looked kind of humanoid.
Cool. Okay. And yeah, basically the only thing I want to do left is like imbue it with like the power of the forest. But I'll probably wait to do that till later.
Alrighty. You'd probably have to go to a sacred site to do that.
Yeah, so I'm figuring like we'll probably want the whole party for something like that.
Alrighty. So with that, Bub, you managed to finish up with enough time to get some sleep. And as you head to sleep, you have very pleasant dreams. There are no problems or strange visions this night. A welcome change of pace. Alright. So in the morning, as the party awakens, some of you could have rested at Delon's uncle's place. Others of you could have rested within the temple of Sylviana itself. If you wish to, you could have rested at the inn. Wherever you rested, essentially, come morning, you are a guard will essentially come to where you are resting and wait essentially for you to finish your morning routine and gather you and bring you over towards the temple proper. They do so one at a time, and by the time it's all finished up, the party is guided back towards the temple of Sylviana. The guards give you salutes and nods and kind of bring you into a joint little side room. That's not the same meeting room. It's kind of like a little storage room, if you will. But it's just where they kind of gather you all essentially till the meeting room is ready to go. Inside this room, I would say that there is currently Snacks, Tulio, and Yorm are also in here. So basically the whole party's here. Bub, because you're a druid, you basically got to bring Snacks, Tulio, and Yorm, and nobody batted an eye.
Nice.
The only one who's not here is Ophelia, essentially.
Too busy being a nerd, a legend.
Basically.
Yeah.
I brought the whole party in case things go south, y'all.
Yorm's not. Is Yorm here too?
Yeah, he is. When you're brought into the side room, Delon, you see that Tulio is laying on his back on a crate, tossing a apple up and down and catching it, essentially. Snacks is rummaging through a crate that he cracked open. Just kind of sniffing around, hay flying out and kind of moving stuff around inside of it. Yorm is just he's leaning against the wall, polishing his blunderbuss, essentially.
What mountain balloon? Montilio, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Delon. Bob came and took us on a bit of a fun adventure. And, well, we were just kind of decided to rest here. Wonderful dreams I had.
Tulio nods, catches the apple, and sits up. Hi, Chief. Yeah, real pleasant dreams last night. It was fun time. We bumped into according to Bob, some Ints, I believe, and some bunch of other stuff in the forest, and then eventually we bumped into an Alaran and almost died, but we didn't.
An alley ring.
Precisely. Giant, beautiful, dangerous flower women who will dominate you and convince you that it is perfectly okay for them to feed on you and you will agree to it.
He was really nice.
Don't forget the hag we bumped into with Tulio.
A hag?
That
No,
was really
nothing
crazy.
happened.
Montilio.
What? Do you honestly believe that I would associate with the likes of a hag?
Delon thinks really hard on this. To be honest, Montilio, I don't know a lot about you.
Ah, Chief, you wound me.
I can confirm we bumped into a hag. Tulio was in her shack, and from what I could see from the outside, looked like he was a little worse for wear, but everybody stepped out just fine. Then the cottage just disappeared. Poof! Thundercrack! Gone like that.
I see.
Her chair was made of a bear, and she sat on a table that ran like a panther. It was neat. Do we have chairs that move like panthers? Snacks wants one.
No, not this time. Montilio, what are you doing in a hag shack?
Oh, you know. Then he just
Oh,
shrugs.
oh, you know? Ah, fine. Keep your secrets. I have to prepare myself for the coming meeting now. I'm glad that everyone else made it out fine, and I'm glad, Sir Bob, that you seemed to make out what you wanted.
By the way, Gildos, you and Eleanor are also here. Eleanor seems to be just kind of waiting before she speaks up. At the mention of the hag, she just shook her head but didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody really have anything to say either, so essentially doing the same thing.
With that, Delon is he's opening up a book. This is a smaller one, and he's just peering through the pages on it. I guess I'll wait as well. But I guess, with the pages, I guess I'll bring up the topic now. In any case, I think at least we should discuss what our plan of attack will be in this meeting. No discovered anything new information, or at least we'll need to. I think at least we should be all committed to a single idea.
Well, my visit to the temple yesterday was fruitful, so do have a few things to say.
Please.
Well, first of all, I think that's probably the most important thing. Is that... Well, hold on. No, hold on. Before I do, how much do you know about your sword, darling?
Delon pauses. With the research I've done, if I recall correctly, the most I know is that there's a family who made it. He knows that they're smiths. They never said exactly who the family name was, just that they were important in instrumenting. Basically, what I already knew beforehand with a little bit extra that they were smiths. And they stepped down on purpose. That's about it, I think. So I'll say that with Delon.
Right.
I did a little research in the Wood Elf village about that. Despite my efforts, the only I could really come up with it in official records was that, as far as I know, Sword of Echoes was made as an agreement between a possible civil war that was going to happen between the Sylvanas and another high elf nobleman of who was going to inherit the line. It was then treated as a marriage item, and then those that made the sword stepped down, choosing to do so to not be a noble family, and that they were the smiths that made it, although they did not go into the whereabouts or name of the family. That's about all I could really get in text detail.
Well, that's much of what I've learned yesterday as well. Well, of course, that was after inquiring about, well, the elven custom of bringing two swords to a meeting like that. Only after that did I learn about the Sword of Echoes and its original purpose. Got me thinking that, well, they have not used that for its original purpose in a long time. The family that was interested, well, made the sword and was interested in it, stepped down and all that. I think, considering that they don't know, would know what its purpose is. If we can somehow get it inside the room, we may be able to perhaps enforce what we're trying to have them do. Or at least make them more keen on listening to what we have to say.
Hmm.
And make them, stop going in circles.
That would certainly bring things to a standpoint, but bringing a weapon in would be very dangerous,
Well,
especially in this circumstance.
it would, but I think it's safe to assume that the guards around the temple are under the half-elf, aren't they?
Eleanor will actually nod at this. Yes, they're under the head general centurion. They follow his orders, and they listen to his directions for the protection of everyone within these walls.
Hmm.
Right. Now, I may not know the man at all,
Hmm.
but just from watching him, I think, just a hunch, but I think he might just be tired of all this arguing, like non-stop, and just not coming to a decision. So I think if we come forward and ask him to be our accomplice in this, maybe he'll agree. Just
Hmm. I know when I spoke with him a few days ago, he was not too keen on how this situation has been going. He was especially untrustworthy of Lord Suitor. Perhaps you might be right. You might be able to be convinced if that's the measure we're going for. But I think you should be aware of this situation as well. I did learn a bit more information on Lord Suitor overall. It's not easy, honestly. I had to do quite an amount of research. I was racking my brain all last evening, and I read through many different documents, relooked through my own thoughts and history. I even spent some time in the adventurers guild to see if I could get something out of the poor bartender. But oh man's a soldier, not much of a gossiper himself, but he did lead me on an interesting track. But my real get that made all the pieces come together, that actually came from Filcher, oddly enough. That doesn't
Not
surprise
surprised he sold something to you, Chief. If the information Filcher's selling is something he's actually selling, then it's legit.
you. I don't know. I don't know how he acquired it. And honestly, I was too afraid to really ask. So, with the piece in hand, I went and tried to put the pieces together, and it paints a very important picture. I think Lord Suitor is a descendant from a family in King's Landing.
What family?
Very old family. You wouldn't know if it. I'm surprised. I'm sure you wouldn't know if it. Know. But they were once very important in the third and fourth ages. Known as the Minosteer family.
Mystere. It does not ring a bell. What say you, Yorm? Anything?
I know a bit about them. Mostly they're pretty old and they're a dead noble line. Their family sigil's been, still on record, I believe, but not in use.
Correct. Very good, Lord Mountainborn. I'm surprised you even know that much.
Uh, Muttonborns know a lot about other families in the area, that's all.
Still, yes, Lord Mountainborn's correct. They're an old family, long from came up from the third, fourth ages. However, something I found from the document led me to connect the dots. I've been studying the Dragonborn history for a long time, and it made me realize that it linchpin in this one moment. I recall the Minister family specifically because of what happened in the end of the Dragon Wars. You see, the Minister family were a great noble family, tied themselves very closely to the king's land, to the kings at the time. We're even one of the strongest noble families there. But at one point, they sided with the dragons and betrayed the crown. The date's a bit wobbly, and I can't quite recall when, but I know that was a major pin. They were removed from any close consequence because of it, and in the final days of the recent Dragon War, the last known heir, an eldest of the Minister family, he was an older tactician by that point. Incredible history, if I'm going to be honest. Started off as a knight. Then, when his body got a bit older, he went to the Bard's College, learned tactics. Then, when he was when he had learned all he could from tactics, he started learning magic. He became a wizard. It was with all that knowledge that he decided to fight alongside and tried to redeem his family name, and died in the process against Dragonfire, where he was buried along with his crimson sword. Well, it was once obsidian, but turned crimson due to the fire. He left two heirs, though. One, teenager, and one barely a child, barely age over 3. At that point, the Dragon War didn't end until a little while later. It just can't help but add up. I think Lord Suda must have been the teenager at the time. He couldn't adhere to his father's name, so he went to a process of Templar. I believe that was the record at the time. But he didn't succeed. So either he didn't succeed or he fell out. Then, the only other options he had, most likely, were to go to the Bard's College. Learn tactics, learn history, probably looked up his family's name, legacy. And then fought in the Dragon Wars. Then when the Dragon Wars ended, surprisingly enough, he must have then decided to join and become the Red Dragonborn. All this is what I'm saying is, I think I know what Lord Suda is after. I think he wants to make an army as great as King's Landing.
Well, that's a great joke, isn't it?
What did you say, Ram?
I said it's a great joke, isn't it?
Dawn doesn't look like he's laughing. He goes, I wish it was so. But I think I'm onto it. If he's able, this can't be simple. This man is well trained. He had new things that he had to have been trained in. He's quick on his feet. He is tactical minded, which means he must be fairly experienced. He's no young man. And the bartender brought up a concept that what really linchpinned it for me is, what if the man was older, then became Dragonborn? That would completely rejuvenate his body while keeping his mind intact. No, this is an older opponent. One who's seen, experienced battle. Much battle. A man like that can lead men to do many things. And the way he's been going from place to place, conquering war chiefs, and then letting them do as they wished, but only he leads the head. He can amass a significant army based on that, just in the Savage Lands alone. I think that's what he's after. And the way he's positioned himself here, that makes him most dangerous. No matter what happens here, whether he succeeds or fails, whether there is peace to be found, or whether your Lady Eleanor, your people gain your defenses, or if you go out in war, no matter what he chooses, they choose, he still wins. Okay.
I mean, that doesn't really say anything more than like what we know. Like, does it really help figure out things? So, I guess.
True, but it's just because you made the roll. And as a Ronaldian,
Yeah.
you would have slightly different info with that roll. That is just like an additional piece, essentially.
The only way to beat an opponent who's already placed himself, or at least in such a victorious position, is to mitigate his winnings. I think this sort of echoes might have a good ticket. If what you say is true, tell me, I wasn't able to learn that much through it. Why is the two swords so important then?
Oh, that's easy.
Please enlighten me.
It's an old custom. Back when when we were in our most tense moments, whenever we would have such a council meeting, we would lay our blades upon the table purely as a show of that we come to discuss. The blades are there and not within our sheaths or within our hands as a showing of trust. However, there was also an unspoken understanding that should the talk reach a heated enough standpoint, a duel will indefinitely arise, and if the conversation goes so far south that a duel arises, the victor of the duel would be declared the one to make the final decision. However, this became a great deal of a problem, as this custom was quite old, and dueling for the right to make the decision became worrisome for the future. We worried of needless amounts of infighting and attempting backstabbery just to create more political discourse and decisions for the future. As such, eventually, to help stave off political tensions, two lines were deemed to be connected, and a third blade was forged of a rather noble family at the time. They served as an intermediary for the original two, breaking the stalemate of only two positions and meaning that there could be a majority vote.
I see. Lady Eleanor,
Oh,
yeah, go ahead. I'll let you go.
Yeah.
This is your plan.
it's just well, it's just to confirm like some information I have. So I'll say, well, I don't know. Since you seem to know a bit about that custom and all everything's around in it, I wanted to ask because I didn't really get an answer out of the priestess. Although I didn't really ask that way, but would I be correct in thinking that the current heir to their noble family is someone we've met already?
You see as Eleanor's lips
literally smooth into a completely straight line, and her face becomes unreadable for but a moment.
I figured it out. I know who it is.
Yep. Yeah,
I know who it is.
Yes.
Who
I know
done
who
it?
it is. Man. I know who it
Right.
is.
Yep.
I think we both know.
I mean, essentially, like, I asked Marshall like some information about it last week. I was
Mhm.
like, okay, well, he's the name that comes to mind, like he said to me. Like I said, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. But like, that later on essentially confirms it. It's like, huh. So, I'll just say, oh, really, actually. I'll say, thank you for that.
You're
Oh, well.
quite welcome.
Although, I suppose I
good.
won't ask why people don't want to talk about him. But I can figure it out. I think I can figure it out.
I would talk more about them, but I have personally made a promise not to.
Um, I think I know who it is. I might be wrong, but there's only two people I can think of that the family line being talked about has been mentioned,
Mm,
and that's I'm assuming Lady Eladir, possibly because she did mention, "Oh, my family's also neighbor, but I don't like to talk about it."
mm,
I'm just gonna say that. As I guess I'll say that as Delam will just kind of go. I think I know it is. Gildas, do you think you know who the name is as well?
Well, I do, but let's see here. Who you think it is first?
The only thing I could think of, the only person I could think of that didn't like to bring up the idea that they were noble, wanted to ask a question on it. Is it can't? My only thought process: it can't be. Is it? It wouldn't have to be Lady Eladir, would it?
So, just as you say the name, I shake my head. But
That's a yes with a nod.
it's a no. It's a no.
It's a no. Okay. What's with that?
That actually was my first thought until I essentially
Mhm.
thought a bit more into it. But I see you with your deception roll, Marshall. Bitch.
Okay, Gildas, you notice out of the corner of your eye that when Delon says is it Lady Eladir, Eleanor seems mildly panicked before covering it under a guise of tranquility.
You know what? Actually, I'll just look at it as like, I see you, I know you know, I won't say anything.
Know what?
No. Secrets.
Tulio taps his nose a few times. Come on. Gonna have to get much better at it if you're gonna try like that.
Right.
Give you a few pointers if needed. I have no idea what any of you all are talking about.
A good thing, because we have no idea what we're talking about either.
Clearly, we're all very confused.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I'm sure. And in the midst of confusion, what were you saying, Sir Gildas?
Well, I think one of the likely candidate is a certain wood elf that we've met on a certain mountain that knows a certain person in this very room and a certain distaste for us. Now I see you again. Because like, no, because she was like, no, I'm going to keep an eye on her. Oh no!
Oh no!
No, Marshall, I forgot because I have advantage. Hold on. For some reason, I didn't
I
toggle.
didn't roll advantage, yeah. Oh,
Okay, whatever.
okay, whatever. Double nine.
But I do
Oh.
have. Yeah, we have Bob. It's
No,
like,
fuck it.
So Bub's like listening, going back and
Nope.
forth, not really sure who's got it right.
but I have two inspirations. So Marshall,
Mm-hmm.
I shall reroll. Because
You do whatever you want. Yeah!
Okay, okay.
I want
I held off the
I wanna get a-
declaration just in case.
No, but like, dude, a 9 doesn't get a 30. So.
Alright, so starting with Bub, who got. I'll start with Bub because he got a 17. No,
Yeah,
start
but
with
you don't have to
Delon.
try.
So Delon
Yep.
with a 4.
No, you don't even need to. You don't
No,
even
I'm just
need
gonna
to.
say that Eleanor seems calm as a cucumber. She seems quite content with this conversation to you. Bub with a
God,
17.
My insight fucking sucks. God damn.
Your insight is low, but you make up for it with your charisma stats, essentially.
I feel so low on
Stage.
insight every time.
It's in character too.
Yeah.
Delon believes in the goodness
but
of those
you can't
around him.
take a lie. You can't take a lie.
It's in character. It makes
No, no,
sense.
Yeah, sure.
Starting, going to Bub though with a 17. Bub, you immediately notice that at the mention of a wood elf met on the mountain, Eleanor seems her eyes, for a brief moment, flicker away in seeming panic before they flicker back immediately. Gildas, you notice the instant panic without even batting an eye, essentially. You don't even need to look fully at her. Tulio taps his nose again. Come on! You're really bad at this.
You have the thing focus, I guess. I'll essentially send a short message, I guess, if I can. Send it. Oh no, there's something.
You said you're using sending on her?
Yeah, if possible. This shit
Uh,
has this also secret message.
you could. I'd allow it.
Yeah, a bit. So, in it's like 25 words, I'll say, it's obvious you're hiding something, and I know you don't want to talk about it now. Maybe later, in private, something like that.
You get a response that says, I know something. Cannot talk within Lunaria? Yes.
So, after receiving the response, I just nod at her and essentially I'll say, well, with that being said, how do we even want to go about it? I mean, what do we want? What do we want to have them do or come up with? I think, that might be wise to talk about that first before we decide what to do with the sword or anything.
What exactly are you saying, Ram? Sorry, you're cutting out a bit when you talk.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's just like crew's like using a lot of resources for some reason. Like Rule 20 is like being a bitch.
Yeah.
So, essentially, I was saying, it's like, in a nutshell, it's like, instead of talking about the sword right now, how about we discuss what we want the elves to do?
Yeah. Sounds about
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, Eleanor will nod at that. I think that is a great idea.
Uh-huh. What? Someone's like, he's like, that's like telling a kid, "Oh, I'm about to tell the end of a story." Oh no, no, let's move on to a completely different subject. It's like, uh,
I mean, you
fine.
could always. I'll wait for the true ending of the story.
True, man. It's like, fine. We'll discuss that later.
Sounds good then. So then, I think it would be good, since we seem to have some sort of an idea of Surtur and what he wants, and from what DeLon has said, it's best if we attempt to mitigate his gains. DeLon, you've implied he will be gaining something regardless. So the best course of action if we wish to halt his progression is to mitigate the amount of gains he has, correct?
Yes.
Then perhaps we should all come to a consensus on how to do so. Starting with myself, I personally believe that following Prince Faerundir's choice is the best option, but I will concede that doing so could lead to conflicts later down the line for my people. I just simply believe that not even arming ourselves at all is a fool's errand. I do believe seeking peace with King's Landing is a good idea, but I think that if we're going to do so, it would be best to come and already have some strength so that we can offer it fully to King's Landing and be in a better position for bargaining ships in the future. Approaching without any strengthness to begin with would be akin to playing with half a deck. Hey, I didn't know you knew that phrase. I study, Tulio. That is my standpoint on it.
Gildas.
Well, I think that both Faerundir and Surtur are putting the cart before the horse. That actually have the best for the savage lands. What is the way I see it? That we should follow into King Sylvanus' step. Well, I say we, but rather you should follow in Sylvanus' step and seek peace with not only King's Landing, but your neighbors. And I'll say, that once you do that, then you can think about harming yourself or essentially enjoy cooperation with who you made treaties with. But for me, I'm not the only one thinking about that. Well, as you know, I was talking to the High Priestess, and she already put forward the plan. So,
as I suppose for me, tactically speaking, before personal, knowing what Lord Suda's plan is and getting a better idea on what Prince Faerundir has in mind, I see your point of view, Lady Eleanor. I understand you want to show restraint before doing so, and I am also more in agreement, personally speaking, with Sir Gildas. I think they're both putting, as you say, the cart before the horse. Tactically speaking, however, this would be a very, what seems like an advantage maneuver is an advantage to truly only one individual, Lord Suda. Prince Faerundir wants to become completely isolated. He wants to use this as a complete isolationist maneuver. He wants to be like Asterium. He can just set up Be self-sufficient, have no worries for his kingdom. And it's an admirable trait. I really do believe so. But that will gain him no favors when it comes time for peace. If anything, it will just be ask more questions, more worry. Additionally, it's just going to give more men for Suda to convince, more armies for him to acquire, more strength. They both think they're using each other, and perhaps they are, but it will be constant. It'll be like one mouth is feeding the other, and using men and coin and resources as the fuel. I'm not against your people having a defense. Never. I think it's important to do so. We need to get ready for the Black Dragon. That's the real threat. However, if you come in with already arms ready, as Sir Gildas pointed out, you're already in a bad footing if peace comes out. I think the best thing to do is to make what I would recommend is make an entourage. Make an official person to send a treaty, a declaration of peace. Let it be a neutral party, one that's not connected to either, and let it be delivered to both sides, both a asking and then the response. Let that be done, get their responses, and then from there, be very firm what they believe the main threat is. And through cooperation, you can then institute a level of strength and seeing to attack. Because believe me, my people would take very, very seriously the threat of a Black Dragon's return. We remember the sting of what he did to our walls.
Yorm nods.
Exactly. And to put in my 2 cents,
Please.
it ain't right to come in and offer to shake a hand with a whole gaggle of hulking strong men behind you to ensure a peaceful discussion. Now, and not necessarily the worst thing in the world, just saying that if you're doing that, it's kind of expected the other guy's doing that too. It's more for the sake of it than anything. However, doesn't sit right with me. Very dishonest. If you're gonna come in and ask for peace, you damn well do it. You don't bring a bunch of strong, hulking guys behind you to ensure peace,
Yorm says while winking, like a very obvious wink.
You come in and you say, hey, I want peace, and I'm willing to barter for it, and they gotta respect that. Or they don't, and then you go on your merry way, and then you come back with your strong guys.
Alright, so was my line of thinking as well. Said, well, what you do is, you bring 2 scrawny guys, just looking for friendship. They shake their hand. Together, they find the strong guys behind them, essentially. But for your idea, darling, if you need a neutral party to both sides, well, loath I might say it, but we do indeed have a legate from another kingdom in our meeting. I can very well play the part of a neutral party.
Who's that?
Well, Mr. Nebulin.
Tulio raises a brow. There's a Nebulese ambassador here? Which one?
Oh, I'm sure you know his name very well. It's like Lord Frederick Glasgow.
Frederick Getica?
Yeah, Frederick Getica.
Yeah, son of a bitch. He knows I'm here then.
More likely than not. What seems to be the problem?
Frederick's one of those high noble families. lots of connections real close to the Lord of Nebulum. Intertwined with a lot of the top brass of Nebulum, if you get what I mean.
I think I do.
Let's just say you don't want to piss him off. Not that I've ever seen him pissed off, mind you. But I've heard that people and families and groups that piss him off disappear. That's the rumor around Nebulum, anyways. It could be trusted about 30% of the time.
Is that good considering Neville? Is that good considering Neville?
Do you ask that in character?
Delon actually does say, and considering you've been there, is that considered 30% good a good number?
Well, 30% is an accurate number. 70% of all rumors are either placed to lure someone out, complete fabrications to smear someone's reputation, or just something some drunken man rambled off about in the bar because he thought it was funny, and then he dies. Bad ale, you know? Eleanor frowns. That's horrible. But as far as I'm concerned, I say approach King's Landing for peace. No arms, no nothing. Once you got peace established, well then you set up all your military camps in secret. King's Landing isn't gonna bat an eye at its allies and friends. They're there, they're their friends. You've made allies. They trust you. So that's when you put all your military endeavors in the backgrounds of the shady deepest part of the woods where King's Landing can't keep track of them.
Tulio.
What?
He technically has a point.
If you want strength, you can have it. You could just keep it hidden, and the best way to do that is by earning the trust of the person closest to you. That's downright... That's evil, Tulio. That's straight up deceptive. It's not deceptive, it's just not all the truth. It's tactically sound, though. Besides, you don't need to use those against your ally, you're just building them in secret. If you show up suddenly and your ally is in danger and you happen to save the day with your surplus of military strength, your ally will be so thankful for it. They don't know where you got those people, but they're damn appreciative you have them.
Then they start asking the questions, you know.
And then you give them answers. Delon is visibly just rubbing his, what Bridgman knows he has, considering he's dead and born.
Right.
He's just rubbing his dragon stout, like, oh my god.
Oh,
His temples.
God's give me strength. What about you, Sir Bob? What's your position in this?
Well, as far as I understand it, there's a bad guy that's going to benefit a lot from this, and he'll become a problem later.
In a sense, not necessarily a bad guy, but yes, an opponent, if you will.
So he wants to take advantage of the situation. So we just have to make sure that he doesn't get what he wants, right?
For the most part, yes.
Well,
Honestly, Sebab, you're the main person in which to speak here. You have the most power. You can delegate how you wish. That's why this is important for us to discuss.
well, I don't completely understand the ramifications, but let's see. So Bub's gonna think about it for a bit, and he says, would I know anything about like the Red Dragon's motives?
You're a tiny little blue kobold.
Yeah, but I think that would be relevant to.
That
my
would be.
opinion.
That
Yeah,
would
very
be because
relevant.
you have the favor of your blue dragon who likes you, so that is actually a valid thing to consider. Bob, make me an insight check.
10.
Okay.
Damn.
Damn.
Rolled a 2.
He did
What
roll
happened?
real low.
Insight.
Technically, that's a nat 1 on the 10.
Did I get inspiration from sleeping yesterday?
You did. Everyone
You did.
I'm gonna use it.
All
You
right.
might as well. This is pretty important.
27.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Oh shit. Okay. 27.
So, Bob, as a blue kobold that's pretty close to your blue dragon, you have heard him talk at length, mostly to himself when he thinks others aren't listening, or just mumbling to himself as he does, about memories and those that he has been close to in the past. You're wanting to know what are the red dragon's motivations, kind of a thing.
Yeah, because that would be relevant on what I conclude here.
All right. Let's see here. So the red dragon is motivated by his pride, his power, and his extremely specific usage and application of his powers in what they should be used for. You know that he is motivated by exercising strength in essentially for the sake of those that are weaker, essentially. Those that are weak are born weak. Dragons are born strong, and it is the dragon's position to be on high. But that means that it is the dragon's responsibility as the one high above to exercise their power effectively for the sake of those that are weaker than them. He also is motivated by regality, essentially. He will always remember a slight. He is the type to never forgive a slight, but also if he likes you, he will defend you, kind of a thing. As that is essentially you are his compatriot or his ally or somebody that he considers within his circle. So a slight to you is a slight to him as well.
Oh, okay, that's relevant.
So essentially, you know that the red dragon is loyal to a fault, but it is pretty easy to burn his loyalty, essentially. As for what could be motivating him to potentially have his red dragonborn do these things, possibly something to do with his strength and the strength that they have as a role of a sort of protectors or masters, if you will. You know that of the dragons, he is of the 4 that are on the lands, he is the most powerful. He is also the one most feared and the one that is most left alone, and who barely dabbles in anyone else's affairs.
Interesting. All right, I'll let everybody know that, and I say, well, I want to make sure that everybody's ready for what's coming, but it seems like people are going to want to maneuver the situation so that they benefit the most, right?
Most likely.
Well, so I guess my question is, the red dragon's going to want to protect everybody. Is the red dragonborn getting what he wants a problem?
Are you saying that actually in dialogue?
Yes, I believe he is.
Because that's the real question, right? Because that basically how we answer that question will answer how we're gonna maneuver the situation.
Snacks actually raises his clawed hand,
Uh-huh.
but he just waits to be pointed at essentially while raising it.
Alright, Delon will glance towards Snack. Yes, young Snacks. Speak up. Let me
The
speak.
Red Dragon is the most powerful, inspiring, and terrifying master. However, he very rarely exercises his force unlawfully. In most times when he has done something, it is because one has not listened. Snacks knows about that.
In fact, you know the most about the Red Dragon, don't you, young Snacks?
Snacks wouldn't go that far, but Snacks knows him well.
Then, please, if you wouldn't mind, perhaps you can give us a perspective so Sir Bob can make a good decision.
Snacks hears people talking about tactics and thinks that if you are a small hunting party going up against a large pack of beasts, you should use subterfuge and deception and lead them into a trap so that you can use their own large numbers against them, using your small numbers to your advantage. Snacks doesn't know if that helps, but that's what Snacks thinks we should do if we're going to be fighting a lot of people. Lots of people can't travel quickly, they travel slow. Small groups can travel fast. You can abuse that.
Huh. That's an interesting point. But I guess just out of game, like, what are we gonna do? Like, what's the plan?
Yeah, Snacks will then continue.
As for the Red Dragon, most of Snacks' interactions have been negative, but not uncalled for. Snacks was told that Snacks' dream was stupid, that kobolds cannot become dragons. Snacks was told that that is not Snacks' place. Kobolds can never become dragons, as kobolds were made to be lesser than dragons, but they were given the glory to be made within the dragon's image. Snacks understood that, but Snacks secretly wished to be dragon anyway. Snacks tried to prove himself to Red Dragon over and over. However, Red Dragon grew quite frustrated and gave Snacks a name of humility. Snacks was not always known as Snacks. Snacks had another name, but Snacks cannot say it. However, Snacks is now dubbed Snacks, as if Snacks kept pursuing such foolish wishes, Snacks would become a snack. Eventually, Snacks was banished for disobeying the Red Dragon repeatedly. Snacks wandered and is here now. Snacks is a great hunter though, but Snacks believes Red Dragon will give few chances, and if you cannot either prove yourself or overcome his expectations for you, or fall in line with his expectations of you, then he will be firm with the punishments. Does this help?
Thank you, young Snacks. We appreciate your input.
Snacks nods.
I suppose it goes back to it then. What we wish to do. If Young Snacks, if we were to happen to choose to go against Lord Suitor, not in combat, but in his plans, would this anger the Red Dragon?
Very possibly, but not guaranteed.
Hmm.
Depending on how we did it, we might impress Red Dragon instead.
Impress. Speak more on this.
The Red Dragon acknowledges shows of exceptionalness, ones against the norm. If one shows exceptions, as well as special qualities, the Red Dragon will acknowledge it, will give verbal praise for it, and will acknowledge your existence just a little bit. However, it means he's watching you, so he will pay more attention to you at that point, which means that you have more pressure not to fail.
I see. Young Snacks, one more question, if I may. I don't know if you know this, but can Suitor speak with the Red Dragon at any time?
Yes! Red Dragon, though, doesn't necessarily like to be bothered with simple, silly things. Things not worth his time or effort. But Surtur has been able to seek conference with Red Dragon quite frequently in the past. He functions and can swing sword in combat while communing.
Alana's actually kind of impressed. So, in the meeting, last time, when Prince Freymondor mentioned, and Lord Suitor said that the Red Dragon specifically said that he should be lucky the Red Dragon took no offense against that. He was communing with him right then and there.
Yes. Red Dragon had eyes in room.
And I think... I see. Thank you very much, Young Snacks. That is very good information to know. It was
You're
very
welcome.
helpful.
Snacks is happy to be helpful.
He says as he does a little jump in the air, pumping his fist in the air.
Delon gives him a nice smile and nod. So, Bob, what say you now?
Bob! Bob! I think, does that happen? No, that's his time, so, yeah, that's like another hour away, I think. 'Cause he's an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually have to leave in like within the next 10 minutes. It's 6,
Okay.
not 7.
Okay then.
Alright.
So we'll wrap up this little bit for Bob real quick then, if that's
Okay.
good with you. So Delon was asking, what do you think of the matter with this information given?
Yeah.
In case you don't know, basically what got revealed is Suitor can talk to the Red Dragon at any point, at any time. In fact, he's in the meeting. He's actually talked to the point where he can even commune with his dragon while in combat. Red Dragon can actually be in. The Red Dragon actually can be impressed if you show excellence, uniqueness, or something, even in victory against him. If you like somehow manage that, he actually might not get mad, but actually impressed that you were able to defeat something. But then he's going to watch you more carefully because now he's improved.
That's fine
Snack-
with me.
Snacks also said that when Delon said that the Red Dragon was listening in on the conversation, Snacks basically said, yes, Red Dragon had eyes in room.
So knowing all that, what's Bub's feeling on this?
Well.
You are the druid. You have a really unique presence.
Yeah, they
that,
listen
none of us
to
have.
druids around here. So if you
And-
lay down like you think this should be what they should do instead, they will listen. They may not agree, they may not choose that, but it'll be a heavy factor.
Additionally, they have not really come back. You mentioned the whole blight thing. That's still a main thing because it's nature.
Yeah, so that's Bub's primary concern. He doesn't really care about the other stuff. Bub believes that they should basically get ready for that and suit up.
True, but with this specific conversation that's gonna happen later, it's like Bub can influence how they suit up, essentially.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Bub would care about this situation, because it's a means to suiting up, essentially.
Yeah. So.
And possibly giving a bad guy too much power.
Yeah, that's the issue. So. And what did he think to gain again? Like he gets an army, but how does he get it?
Well, okay, so from what we know, in the Savage Lands, he just goes around because they have a war chief and a shaman. Savage Lands isn't like how the Land of Monsters, where there's just one shaman and all the war chiefs like adhere to him. Mm-hmm. It's different. It's every single little village has a war chief and people involved and a shaman each. Mm-hmm. So Suda's just been going around. Hey, I challenge you against in combat. Shaman goes, no, don't do it, young orc. This is unwise. Screw you, old man. Fights him, loses. Okay, I'm war chief now. You can keep your position, but when I come back, I'm going to call you. And he's been doing that for the many war chiefs that are with hundreds of people already in their group. So he's just been gathering thousands of people just by beating the best and walking around. And now he wants more men by going to the elves and going, yeah, you should really arm yourselves.
You should arm yourselves against future threats. I'm also a military advisor currently among the Wood Elves, and my mercenary group is quite ingratiated with the upper officials here.
Yeah, so I basically think they should arm up, but this guy should not be able to get a benefit from it. Like, is that pretty much what you guys are going to go for as well? Like, obviously, it's going to be up to you guys.
So basically, what we were thinking, I don't know if I'm not, but I think we were going along the lines of, okay, we have a third, basically, go for peace. We're not afraid of you arming up, but go for peace with immediate a proclamation of, hey, I want peace. There's a threat coming. We want to work together. Here's a third party instigating it. What's your response? Going that way. That way the third party can take what they're saying seriously, and you don't just show up with a bunch of guys telling you, we want to be friends. Point spears. Take whatever.
Right.
That's the wrong. It's a no. We're really is it basically admitting, look, we're ready to suit up. This threat is coming. Are you in or out? We kind of need your help. And it's like we're coming to you with open arms, open hearts, but we kind of really need your help, and I think you need ours too.
Okay.
Like,
that's what our plan is. I think. I don't know if that's what Ram is thinking.
I mean, yeah, more or less. Like, even if we need like a neutral ground, like we have both Neblim and the attendants, and I can be the neutral ground. Because
honestly, you can.
My tribe is literally at the junction between like Locaster and Savage Lands. Locaster is King's Landing in line, so.
Exactly. So we have several neutral parties in it, and we also have people who represent parties. We have Yorm, who represents Blockcaster, and Delon, who could at least get a talk with someone who can talk to Ior, the wizard, to be like, hey, no, we got this piece from the elves. We really need to talk about this.
Yeah, the main thing that essentially would just need to be figured out on Bub's perspective is which of the three plans does Bub currently think is the best to pick?
Yeah.
Because if they militarize but go isolationist, Surtur will likely increase his forces. If they militarize first, then seek peace, Surtur will likely increase his forces. If they seek peace first, then militarize, Surtur will likely increase his forces, but potentially get less out of it.
It will put them in a slightly weaker space, but in the long run would have much better potential union between the people they seek for peace for, while still being arming themselves. But the arming would be under a completely different
If anything,
headspace.
like, you know, like, sort of might get something out of it. But
He's gonna
like,
still
take
get
it from
something
the
out of
other
it.
side is that, you know, King's Landing and shit will know what's up with Surtur now, essentially. Because
Exactly.
now they have like a way to get, so they can actually prepare for it. Because like all we got like so far, like the 10 years, like he's been doing that is like rumors. But now, you know, it's like officially, quote unquote, attached to
Officially.
Savage Lands. Like you have like a cooperation going on. Well, Surtur has honestly no choice but to show his hand a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
So now that like King's Landing would know, it's like, ah, hey, there's like this dragonborn running around like with thousands of orcs and goblins. Maybe you know
Trying to
you gotta
assemble
start
an
thinking
army.
about it.
Why? I don't. Yeah, it's like why?
It's like,
He
you
just has a
know,
big mercenary group.
so I was thinking, it was like, yeah, Shudder's like, yeah, you know, like we should prepare for like future threat. But that's when you ask him, it's like, what makes you not a threat? Essentially.
Right. Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I pretty much agree with what you guys want. Looks like we'll be in good hands. Basically, Bob is just gonna support our position, obviously, and
Okay.
Alrighty.
yeah. All right.
And
Got
before we
you.
go, do you want us to continue without you or to stop
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Alrighty
All right,
then.
man.
Come down with a sickness during his night outing, so Nalan will act as a spokesperson.
But yeah, I'll be back.
It's like, does
Alright.
none of it know how to
Alrighty
write?
then. Have a
Right.
good one.
Bob knows how to.
Yes, he-
Remember, guys, Bob knows many things.
He does. Bob knows many things.
Bob knows many
Uh-huh.
things.
But does he know why children love the taste of cinnamon?
No. Tell me why. I want to know more.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Enroll in
so
the
we're all-
mobile infantry and you'll know.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So with that
We're all in
having
agreement,
been
though.
settled on, Eleanor claps her hands together. Finally. So then we have a joint position.
It looks like it.
Excellent. From my position, I will attempt to steer the prince towards such a direction with my bits of information, and from your position, Delon, you and Bub can attempt to steer the Wood Elf King. That will
Agreed.
likely serve the best position. We can pincer them on both sides, and attempt to sway their minds.
Indeed. Gildas, the bringing up back the Sword of Echoes. How do we want to occur with that then? That would give us a significant advantage as well.
Well, still in a pinch and movement. I think we should bring it out to, well, deal the good grass, really. Also got- Also have all our arguments. Simply motion to Centurion to bring the sword out. And let do its
I think-
magic.
I think that's a smart maneuver. Then we need to then meet with the Centurion first, see if he's in line with it.
Right.
Yorm nods.
I think he'd be on speaking terms with you, Delon. You and he seem to have similar ways of carrying yourselves.
I think so.
Aye.
Then I will do so
I-
before the meeting.
You told us. Well, a little paid with him as well, so why not accompany him? If he's a friend, then it might be even more open to the idea.
That's not a bad idea. I think I'll tag along then, Delon. And don't worry, I'll try to keep my mouth shut and not say anything that'll put my beard on fire or anything like that. Don't
I
want to put
highly
your
doubt
beard
that,
in the
my friend.
flames. awful. Takes forever to grow back.
Hmm. And I'm always happy to have. I'm always happy to have an extra person by my side.
Extra something.
Yeah, whatever. I couldn't.
That's
I
okay.
You're not a thing, young man.
He's a
It's
man,
okay.
a dwarf, better than a man.
Actually true. As far as yours
Yeah,
is concerned.
legitimately better than a man. Check out these abs. They're on steel, right in the middle. I know there's fat over it, but you go give it a punch.
Punch me
Give
in
it
the
a punch.
kidney, Delon. Punch me in the kidney.
Punch is
Guarantee
like,
even your dragon hand will break against this dwarven steel.
dwarven engineering, easy flexes.
I told you idea. I think we need to bring these freaks down. You know, in the back
300
in
sit-ups
line.
a morning, Delan.
It's like, we all got enough a human appreciation in this group. Look at these. We
Dude,
had
you're like 40-something. You fight like a 20-year-old. That's already impressive enough. If it wasn't for the
Hey,
gray
dude,
hair,
no,
they'd be like,
chill.
oh, with the handsome young man by you, the Forge Master.
Tulio's 40. Tulio's
Yeah,
40. I'm
somehow.
only 30 and a half.
30 and a half.
Let's
Oh.
go around there. 2 years
Yeah,
older.
right around.
Julia is
Oh,
actually
oh.
older.
He is way older.
Besides, if we're talking about old,
Mm.
my grandma over there.
Yeah. I never. I do declare.
At least, instead of grandma. Because we got an old fossil down in the city who's not there.
That's great, Grandma.
Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
how many great?
That's the head of the family right there. Everybody listens when she speaks.
Uh-huh.
Just like a Medea movie.
Got
Mm-hmm.
Margaret Thatcher over there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, back to Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So, Yorm will finish polishing his blunderbuss and put it on his back.
Alrighty, Delon. When are we heading out?
I think we best find Centurion now before the meeting starts. That way we can get prepared.
Alright then, lead the way. But knowing Centurion, he's either somewhere within these temple walls dictating orders to the guards for their morning routines, or he might be out somewhere shooting on the range or something, keeping his skills sharp.
Alright.
He already
Let's check
rose
within
with
the
the
walls,
sun,
then.
so it's already
Yeah,
finished
sorry,
his
what?
morning exercises.
Yeah, like Delon actually pauses. What? Is the sun?
No, rose with the sun.
Ah, rose with the sun. Ah, yes. Then, I suppose we'll check the inner walls then. We'll see if he's here, and if he's not, we'll go to the range quickly. Hopefully we'll be back before we'll be summoned. How many
Sounds
of you
good.
is it? Let's go at your pace. I can keep up.
I'll have you know, Delon, I can keep up with you.
As Yorm takes a pointed step forward out the front door.
Alright. Guess we'll find his see if we can find it. What's Gilda's gonna be doing in the meantime?
Good question, I guess. I mean, guess the only thing you can really do is like ask Ellen, you know, about the stone I got. So I guess she would know. But
Yeah,
so
might as well.
yeah, like if it's like, would you want to do that first and go do your sentient thing, or you do your sentient thing and do that, and like we jump back in the middle then.
Yeah.
I think I'll
You
do
also-
the Centurion thing first, probably.
Mm.
Then
Okay.
I'll let you do that, and Delon will meet up right after that, essentially, back with you.
Sounds good. I don't think it'll be long at all.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. So, Delon, Yorm leads you around, kind of nodding, tipping his head to a few of the
few of the guards. He actually walks right over to one of the guards, looks him dead in the eyes, points one big sausagey finger at him.
Tell me, we've been walking for over 5 minutes, and I think we're going in circles. Do you know where Centurion is?
The guard kind of looks left, looks right, as if confused he's being addressed so directly before nodding and gesturing down the right wing, essentially. You just missed him. Keep heading that way. He should be heading out other guard routines.
Thank you. Have a lovely morning.
You see the guard, like, even with his helmet on, just give you, like, a baffled look and briefly look at Yorm, who just marches on his way like nothing happened.
Delon will say, thank you for your time. Have a good morning. And then brush off to follow him.
He nods and says in Elvish back to you as well. Just still kind of confused at the dwarves' vigor, essentially.
Yeah, he's a dwarf.
So Yorm leads you down towards the right wing, heading further that way, and you find
Centurion is here, and he is essentially handing a envelope to a group of guards, who, once it's exchanged, salute, slamming their fists on their chests. Before he does the same, and they go on their way.
Delon will cough and so Centurion.
You see as he pauses, turns around to you. He actually does the same salute he did to his guards, but to you.
Delon will
Good
do
morning.
The
Is anything the matter?
same. No. Lord Mountainborn and I wanted to discuss something with you in private if we could. That's possible.
Of course. We can step into this guard barracks here. They've just sent out on their morning patrol, and they should not be back until this afternoon. So the guard room is free.
Excellent.
He just gestures towards the barracks room, essentially, after you.
Thank you.
Don't want if I do.
So once you walk in, he follows inside. You hear the guard room barracks door close behind him, and he leans against the door, essentially, crossing both arms over his chest.
Alright. So what's so important that you needed to interrupt my morning routine?
Deeply apologize such an interruption, but Lord Mountainborn and I wish to discuss with you something.
His brow furrows, and he holds up one hand.
Is this official or off the records?
Delon actually pauses for a moment. In all honesty, it's technically a bit of both.
He thinks for a moment before nodding.
Fine then. I will consider it off the records, unless the information proves potent and useful enough, and I will consider it recorded, if it is the case.
Excellent. Let's see. How should I start? Yorm, how would you like to go about this?
Well, you see, Centurion, we know you're real fed up with whatever's happening in that big closed room. Some sort of talks of fuddy-duddies and arguing and pussyfooting around, right?
And I wouldn't have put it quite so indelicately, but yes, my dwarven compatriot, that is the summary of it.
Well,
Alright.
we might have some info that could, let's just say, break down the wall and reveal the gold inside, eh?
He raises an eyebrow, but gestures for you to continue.
Delon pulls from behind him a book that he's been carrying. A small one, but it's a small one. Shinchiran can actually glance from it very quickly that this is a type of book one would have when making a very... It is not for recording of knowledge. It's not even... It's definitely like a journal. but it's a bit more bound, a bit too hard type for it to be a loose journal. This one's like semi-official. It would be something he would probably be akin to if it were like a dossier.
Centurion does nod at the dossier, but with a curious glance, but says nothing else of it. He clearly recognizes it.
I have been since my encounter with the initial talks. I felt woefully unprepared during that time, so I spent the last bit of afternoon and evening of last night doing some research, speaking around, and putting together some pieces. What I found is a bit troubling, specifically about Lord Suitor. I couldn't quite place it. There was something about him that felt... After our conversation, Centurion, I couldn't help but think on it a little more. The tactics he utilizes, the way he speaks, the way he carries himself. Very much of an older soldier form. Someone who's very experienced, very knowledgeable. But I couldn't quite place it, especially the way he took very negatively when being called, "I am no Southlander." His examples. So I did some research, and I think I know who this man is. He's very old, and I may not be all the pieces, but it's enough. I think he descends from from a family, an old King's Landing family. They were used to be associates to the crown of my kingdom, but his family, as old and noble as they were, ended up betraying the king. They sided with the dragons during their initial fight. However, in the final one of a large battle, his last known descendant, who was older at the time, tried to redeem his family name and died in the process due to dragon fire, leaving behind two sons. One, a teenage at the time, and another young man. I believe the son, the teenage one, is Lord Suitor, although he goes by a different name. Too many things come too close together for me to think otherwise.
Is that a dossier on this individual in question?
Yes. It's one I've made myself.
May I?
Please.
He accepts it from you and begins leafing through it.
He can actually see just from the description, it is... At first, it sees an image of a pretty good drawing of Suitor. Pretty decent for an image. And then below it, name. Beneath it, he can see not an official name next to it, but you can see now the last name with it saying Minister. It's in like the in parentheses and other information below. That one would find in a dossier.
He nods. He looks over it quite thoroughly before snapping it shut. And he actually gestures to you with the dossier, but he doesn't hand it back. He's just using it as basically a pointer, if you will.
Where did you acquire all of this information? Some of your sources I have seen cited, but not all of them.
The ones I could cite and recall, I made definitely sure I could cite them. The other, I acquired in a certain area. It is official, but the document and how it was acquired firsthand, I don't know. It is a certain copy from who gave it to me. They did confirm it is most certainly from the direct source. I don't know how it found its way into their hands or who would do so, but it's legitimate. But I'm afraid I can't tell you who I acquired it from or where it is, despite me wishing to do so.
This does hurt the credibility of your information, I'm afraid.
I know it does. This is why I said it was half. Half of it, I'd be more than happy to share, but the other half, it's not concrete. It won't be until I go back to King's Landing and look through the royal archives myself.
I
I can
cannot in good
confirm it,
conscience
Governor.
ask you to do so
Mhm.
and expect to wait in all this time for a report on that. However,
Mhm,
He walks over and hands you back your dossier.
mhm.
I won't deny that if these facts that you have given me are any
Mhm.
sort of truth, then the man that I have been watching like a hawk is indeed as dangerous, if not more so, than I assumed he was to begin with.
Mhm.
I am biased in this endeavor. I may entirely be making a wrong assumption of a man. However, I have not liked him from the start.
Something you said, Sir Centurion, really, really couldn't stop thinking about it. It rang in my head. When we were speaking on tactics, you asked me why you thought he would do so, why he attacked it before. And I told you he wanted something, but tactically minded, it was a brilliant maneuver, but I know it held on you a little longer. You want to know why? I think I know why. It's tactically brilliant, cunning, but but it will lead to a much bigger danger in the long run. I think I know what the Red Dragon asked him to get, and I think what he wants is far grander than what even the Red Dragon asked him initially. I think the Red Dragon asked him to come back with an army, to prove himself worthy. He has a military group. He has a quite skilled mercenary group, quite sizable, in fact. He could come home at any time. And I asked him that, but he said no. He was after something else, and I couldn't quite figure out what. But with this information, this connection, it has to be one thing only. He wants to make an army that rivals any of the clans. And he's using this situation to do it. He's already conquered many war chiefs within the land of Savage Lands, or their home, I should say. And
Yes, I
he's
have
going to use
personally investigated that such. Of the multitude of clans documented within these lands, I would say that he is currently the designated war chief of 3/4.
Sam Kirby. He just needs that one extra fort, and he has most of them in the plateau. And then, now with the support of Lunaria, Prince Raymundir, he would be able to acquire the power of the elves.
I did find it fascinating, however, that a man who had been so systematically involved in claiming one war chiefdom after the other, uniting them all under his banner, stopped at 3/4. However, now with this information, my suspicion is correct. Perhaps. I suspected he stopped at 3/4 so as not to arouse the anger of the elves, or the fear of us. As if all the tribes were truly united, it could become a threat even to ourselves.
Exactly. It's incredibly intelligent for him to do so. He's put himself in extremely excellent placement. If we go for full peace, no army, he gets very little. If Prince Reader get his wishes for isolation to use Lord Suitor, Lord Suitor wins significant amounts. He gets the army, the recruitments, he gets hired for it, and he gets a lot more placement at the seat of Lunaria. And God forbid, if they go all the way to war, he benefits the most out of all of it. And even if we go for full peace, he will benefit some. He's put himself in a very good position. So, Centurion, we can't allow this.
How do you expect us to stop him? What you're telling me, this man has basically positioned himself in a no-lose scenario.
Indeed. Yes. But it can be mitigated significantly. We may win, but we can make it a small victory, not a grand one. the one he wants.
And from what I've gathered, if you consider his personality, a small victory will irritate him. Like a splinter in your toe, inside your boot.
Alright.
Makes
Alright.
walking a little irritating. Doesn't really stop you from marching, however.
And that's why we brought it to your attention, Sir Centurion. Because I think we have a way. We have a what's the term Tulia likes to use? What was it known? Something. An ace up our sleeve. That's it, correct? Is that it?
Yeah, that's the term Tulia likes to use when cheating at cards.
Yes, but it's not cheating. None at all. It's using our best foot forward. In the weapon I surrendered here is a very specific weapon. It's a very specific sword. I don't know if you've heard of it. Have you seen the weapon that I turned in?
Of course, I make a point to analyze all gear that is brought within the guard encampments. I analyze it and I document it personally. The blade
You know what
is
it is.
beautiful, exceptional crafted, and yes, I'm well aware of what it is.
You know how important that could be in the right moment, at the right time, you bring it in and place it on the table. 3 swords on one table, allowing a majority vote, allowing our words to be heavier than most.
In theory, yes.
be
However,
justified.
without somebody to represent said blade at the table, one that could be considered on par with Prince Faerundir and King Sylvanus, it would just be akin to walking in, me bringing in a blade, and I might be considered a traitor for it. Do you have somebody to embody the third house, or no?
I've done all my research that I can to know who the line who created that sword is. And I'm almost confirmed it that we have met this individual before. Lady Eleanor won't speak of it. I think Sir Gildas knows. I think we know who they are. If we can get them, do you agree to those terms?
If you can bring a third house to represent, and they have enough standing to do so, then yes, I will be willing to bring in the blade.
Know this. I would never ask you to do something I wouldn't be willing to do myself, or to hurt your reputation. If I cannot acquire it, I assure you, I won't give you a nod or any signal. It will be as it is. I won't jeopardize you for this.
I
respect you.
appreciate the nobility of such a choice. I also will fully inform you that unless I have been informed that you have such an individual, no matter what signal you give, no matter what nod is given, I will not listen. Only upon the confirmation of a third house will I chance my position for my people.
I understand. Thank you for considering all the options. I appreciate your willingness to hear us out. Lord Mountainborn and I really appreciate it. Although I don't wish to speak for him.
Oh, it's fine, Alon. I'll speak for myself. I appreciate you, Centurion. You're not too bad for an elf, you know. Must be the human in ya, methinks.
Centurion gives a wry grin, shakes his head. And you're not too bad for a blustering, loud, overbearing dwarf. Must have been the forest in you.
Thank you once again for your time. But I think we best go and make haste. We don't have a lot of time on our hands before the meeting.
Yes,
I
I'm
wanna
a
see
bit
what's the
behind my
Gildas and the other
rotations.
Alright. If we find out, you'll be the first to know. Thank you.
Of course. You see as he unlocks the door, steps out, closes it, but because I can closes it briefly. Whatever happened within this room is not to be spoken of until confirmation is had. Until that point, it was off the record.
I understand. Thorn gives him a nod.
He nods back. Yorm nods. And then he reopens the door and returns to his guard rotation.
Thank you for your time, Centurion. Have a good morning.
He
Says Centurion.
pauses, nods. I hope you found the inspection of the barracks insightful. As I
Was.
assured you, they're quite well supplied.
Indeed. You put my concerns at ease. Okay, we best get back to our other compatriots. Come on, Yorm, resist. We can't delay.
A race you there, Delon. You ain't gonna outrun me, not without Velis, eh?
No, probably not, but I'll try to keep up.
Norm nods and begins speed walking down the hallway. Centurion looks like he wants to say something about running in the temple, but stops and just shakes his head before returning to his rotation.
Alright, Gildas, it's all up to you now.
So, roughly at the same
Part of
time with
the
Gildas.
talks. It's like, yeah, we don't care about your noble house. We got to live in an unliving saint that's immortal for kings. Wait. Back in Beat Space.
So back in the storage room with Gildas.
So, yeah, it was like a few, maybe like 1 or 2 minutes to leave. Like, trying to think about, like, how to go about it. It's like, she's going to try, like, it's like very day. Summer second, I probably have to up with that. But so thinking about it, I'm like, well, there's no point thinking about it right now, because at least I don't know the man that much to be able to think of a plan. I'll just produce the stone I got. Not stay. Oh, I went to the temple yesterday. So I want a second opinion of something.
Alright. Well, if you have an item of value that was gifted by the temple, I can tell you what it's worth.
Well, there's the worth I would want, but so yeah, I take out the thing. Yeah, the crystal god was blue or something, but I'll say. And say, what do you make of this?
Oh. And you said you were gifted this?
Yes.
Fascinating. Usually these crystals do not leave the main sanctuary.
They don't.
No. See, this is a crystal made up of the sap of this very tree we're within. The tree of Sylviana. It's unbelievably magically potent.
Would you like to know how I got it then?
Yes, actually. It is very strange for outsiders to retrieve one. Honestly, if it was anyone but you or Delon, I would have assumed it was stolen.
Well, perhaps, but no. Well, see, my reason for me to be at the temple was, well, first of all, see how it was like. Second of all, pay my respect to, well, the goddess is residing in it. So, I went there. Surprisingly, they let me in. Then, you know, met with the high priestess. The room. We exchanged greetings and then asked to go and hand that wine that the priestess there brought to me. The other had wine that I myself created through my little relic here. I set both on the altar and, well, as gods do, the wine was drunk and the crystal popped out.
Interesting. So then you gave the wine that the priestesses of Sylviana gave you, and you gave some wine of Bridget then.
I did.
Ah. So you essentially, whether you intended it or not, you came as a disciple of Bridget in peace to Sylviana. You came in good faith and essentially offered two gifts, one of Bridget, one of her. And essentially, she accepted. Sylviana does not often accept the gifts of other followers of other deities.
I just thought that since the relation to Bridget, Sylviana is kind of like a great aunt, great aunt. I thought that since I am a disciple of Bridget, it would only be natural for me to pay respect to her. And so I did. Although it would be such a rare occurrence.
No, it definitely makes sense why you retrieved such a crystal. Sylviana gifted it to you, essentially to aid you in your foreseeable future. You are to do with this as you see fit, essentially. As so long as it assists you in your future endeavors, Sylviana will approve. Craftsmanship-wise, these sorts of items can be made into magically attuned gear quite easily and reliably. Crystal is unbelievably potent. It's essentially a crystal of pure magic.
Yeah. It's even better than the crystal minotaur then.
Yes, essentially, it would be higher quality. The crystal minotaur was crystals harvest and then weaved with magic within them, while being carved into its shape. So all of its shards of crystal were magically imbued, but they themselves were not crystals of magic. This is a crystal made of magic.
Now then, I need to think about what to do with it.
Whatever you choose to craft it into, Gildas, it will be of exceptional quality, I am quite sure.
I just look at it and say, I think what I'll do is hold on until a muse passes by, give me an idea for it.
Yes, that sounds quite like you.
Yeah, that's essentially what I've been doing with you also.
I have appreciated every gift you have given to me.
Oh, one of them. I think.
You gave her a necklace, the letter of promise, I believe?
Yeah, we did technically gave her the scimitar as well, but I was gonna say, yeah, none of us can really use it, so
True.
get it. Yeah, that's what I'll say. And I'm happy to know that my gifts are well received. So. I mean, I can always, I can always go like the boring route. It's like, hey, I was about to upgrade your necklace. And like now, instead of having like fake magic stone, you have like real magic stone. Now you deal like 3d8, maybe bonus magic damage on your stuff.
You could potentially do that.
Yeah, well, like not yet. We got the Infinity Stones first.
The Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
But yes, essentially whatever you craft with that will guaranteed probably be a +2 item.
Mhm.
That is the
But,
just the quality of the item that is essentially.
Like, it's not very big, right? Like the thing I got is like.
No,
So
it
I'm
fits like in the palm of your
yeah,
hand. It's like a rather
Yeah,
large
so-
gemstone.
Yeah, basically. So I'm like, yeah, well, best I could do is like either like some jewels out of it. Problem is, I'm not really experienced in jewel making. Like, I'm waiting until I'm like third level battle master for that. And, oh, I could just like essentially put it in a pommel of like a sword or something.
Yeah, you
Like
could do something like that easily.
Like essentially restrict a bit what I can make with it.
You could probably either inlay it in either like the chest or like around the, like maybe to hold a clasp
too.
on a cape or something. You could put it in a pommel of a weapon. You could put it on a staff of some sort, I suppose.
I got dude, no, that's a problem.
There are plenty of
Patient
things that you
energy.
could do with it, essentially.
Right. And wait until I got more raw materials. At least some
It is
star
the kind of
metals or-
item that whatever other materials it gets mixed with, it amplifies that material's inherent qualities.
Yeah, because we got some mithril, we got some moon metal, some star metal. We got like a dead secretary, like depends on like whether bad we want to share or not.
True.
But, yeah, that's about it when it comes to actually good stuff we have left.
Gotta go out killing more stuff to get more goodies.
Also, speaking of like the moon metal, like star metal, like when did we park the car? Like Grau gave us.
The cart that you were given?
Yeah, the special cars with special wheels.
Oh, basically that's probably near the village gate somewhere
Yeah.
of the
So, I was
city of Lunaria, essentially.
totally off topic. Like, plan on doing something with it, cause like now we're back with our own card. See, what dude's like, yeah, we put everything we got on the draw card to the normal one. Then we just dismantle the damn card. Second one, we keep the wheels so that when we need to actually go into the swamp, we can just swap out the wheels and like have no problem.
You could do that actually.
Yeah.
That is 100% doable. Because those wheels only
Yeah.
work in like swampy types or boggy types of environments, but they don't work anywhere else. So essentially, if you swap the wheels out, it's kind of like, well, take the wheels out and float it across the river, if you will. Then everyone dies, you lose half your rations.
It's like no tires or cars.
Essentially, yeah.
Really.
Dirt tires.
Yeah, I'll just say it like, well, I'll think about it. It's plain fine with that. For now, we do have a hoity-toity high elf prince to convince somehow.
Sounds good.
So, actually, given I am your second, what could you tell me about him? Just so I know how to steer the conversation. Should I speak?
The prince? He is
Yes.
honest, forthright, respectable, and very, very, I would not say obsessed with, more impassioned by the fact that he views his position as nobility of the highest order as that creates a royal obligation to make the most out of it, essentially, which is quite different from most high elves of his position. He is also
So,
incredibly magically capable and has seen some rather horrible things firsthand. I would highly recommend not bringing up the Elven King's Landing war around him, as he gets quite impassioned when it's brought up.
well, it's a bit too late. Or that.
It's never too late to learn
Actually-
such things. You can avoid more tragedies in the future.
Yeah, well, so I think of the war itself anyway, so it's not mine to bring it up. So,
But he respects men of honesty and integrity. If you show yourself to be an honest, integral person, one who only has good intentions at heart, and one who is not attempting to mislead or dissuade him, he will respect it, essentially. And while he is very difficult to sway his opinion once he's made his opinion on something, you can change his mind if you frame it correctly, essentially. He's not like some nobles where once they've made their mind there is no going back, and they will march into the gates of hell, head held high that they are walking on the noble path. And then act surprised once they get to the pit of the burning hellscape around them. No, if he is on the wrong path, you will have to work for it, but he can be steered back onto a more noble path. He considers the counsel of those around him more than his peers do.
so essentially, what I'm getting is that I don't need to watch my tongue. Then,
To be quite frank, he does not quite enjoy those who watch their tongues around him. The only thing he specifically does not wish to have is disrespect for his position. If you acknowledge his position and treat him as he is, a prince, soon to be king, you will have no problems. He might even find a crude tongue amusing and refreshing. Remember, he's unbelievably used to those who talk in tongues. A change from that is a refreshing thing for him. Oh, and lastly, he would be classified as one who views elves as higher than many other races, though he does not consider other races to be truly beneath us or worse than us. Merely that we have an obligation as elves, as one of the first races, to shine as an example to the other races, essentially. We have all this time, and we have all these skills and abilities that we can form. It's up to us to use them responsibly.
indeed. Well, I suppose the only issue that may arise, perhaps, sitting out on, I mean, you know me. You're called Dawn, or Sandra, or whatever you're called. I'm just gonna use your name. Title be damned. Unless, well, actually worth using a title on. Now, if I call Mr. Faraday a prince, trifle is more. That's all.
I understand that. However, he may not be so understanding about it. He has a position, and it is his position, and he would appreciate if you were to acknowledge it as such.
Do every time I'm about to pronounce his name from the back or from the front, you can always say it. You just have the parents that get it. It will say yes. Perfect exception.
I think we can work with that. Whenever you wish to bring something up, I could cut into the conversation for you and introduce you, essentially. Do the introduction and acknowledge him for you in that way, and then you can just carry on with your thought process.
Exactly. Because you're the kind of person who would know what to say. And I'm the kind of person who knows what to say but won't say it because I won't. Well, it's a waste of time. And Lord knows they've wasted enough time already.
True. I think that this will be quite the elegant maneuver, Gildas. Should we pull it off correctly? Tulio raises an eyebrow from across the room. You two are pulling off an elegant maneuver, eh?
Oh, yes. I am the most elegant man you will ever know, to. Just don't know it yet.
Not something I associate with a Ronaldian.
Oh, no.
Eleanor just shakes her head at Tulio's comment, ignoring him.
Yeah. So best not to give him the reaction he wants. That's all. That's how to be honest.
Tulio just grins and returns to kicking back, tossing his apple, which is now half an apple. At this point, by the way, Delon, as they finish up their conversation, Yorm opens up the door, marches straight on in. Oh yeah. And I beat you, Delon, and I only got told 3 times, no running in the temple. You ran in the temple, Yorm. Good job, Yorm.
Delon comes in, just behind him. You know, for short legs, you are quite more athletic than I give you credit for, Yorm.
Never underestimate dwarven stamina.
Yeah, sure.
We're great sprinters.
Sure. Well, you've proven that. But I can put you on. I can still beat you in the long run. Anyways, okay. We spoke to Sir Centurion. He's up for it. But we need a third party, someone on equal level of a noble class between King Sylvanas and Prince Ferendor. We need someone who can do so, who would be on our side. Ooh.
Usually this would be the position where I would offer myself as a candidate for the position. However, my family line puts me in the prince's corner more than not, so I cannot perform such an action.
Right. But we need to find someone who can.
Eleanor visibly bites her lip a little before drumming her fingers on her hip and sighing. I may know 2 people.
Oh?
I cannot reveal their identities, but I may know two people.
Okay, wonderful. You know two individuals, but you can't tell us about them.
No, I cannot.
Can
Not.
you tell us where to find them?
No.
Well, can you bring them here?
No.
So then, what can you do?
There's a lovely glade outside of the city of Lunaria. I've been meaning to get ingredients from there for quite some time. Would you mind accompanying me? She looks
Yeah.
pointedly at you, Gildas.
Well, of course. I mean, you're inviting someone else.
It's not very
I've
far.
also been in... Well then, ladies.
Does she want to just have just Gildas, or should we accompany her
Oh,
as well?
she's basically asking any who want to come can come.
Alright, I'll come.
Basically, I'm asking my bodyguards, Wink, to accompany me to a potentially dangerous glade for materials.
Agreed. Sounds great. Let's go.
So Eleanor nods and, with surprising quickness, collects her things and escorts you all. Shows basically a letter to the guards who nod at her, and basically they hold up three fingers. She nods, and leads you back out. As she's going along the way, she speaks to you quickly. We only have about 30 minutes, so we're gonna have to make this quick. Afterwards, she continues leading you out, and she does lead you to a glade. It's just outside of the city of Lunaria, and while here, she begins bending down and rifling through some bushes, essentially. Combing through leaves and the like, just picking berries and the like, just taking a few things here and there. Okay. Gildas, is there anyone else around that you can see?
Oh.
Are there any dangers in the area?
I'll tell you right now. What does a 25 say?
The only thing in the area are the animals.
Sounds good.
There's some deer
Well, thank
grazing on
you.
some of the bushes and eating some berries, but that's it.
Well, I'll tell the usual animal. Nobody.
Excellent. Then I should be able to collect as many berries as I need in peace.
Just be mindful of the deers.
Mm-hmm. Eleanor stands up. She has a small basket. She puts the berries in. She walks closer to you, Delon, and Gildas as she begins picking some berries. She is going to do this. That's a good roll.
Well, look at you! Look at her. She's learning.
So she begins whispering to you both as she picks some berries. To be very blunt about this, I do know the exact two individuals that you were asking about, Gildas. I am acquainted with them. I'm not allowed to speak of any of this, especially within the city of Lunaria. It is an unspoken rule that we do not discuss their heritage, per their request. I have been personally informed not to discuss her heritage again without her permission. As for him, I do not think we could ask him to do so, as he is very likely nowhere within 30 minutes walking distance.
Someone pauses. So, I don't know. Was I right?
You were quite right. These berries are quite ripe.
Salon
I
actually
think-
like, yes, I was actually right.
Ingonos, you were right. These leaves are quite crisp. They'll make wonderful potions.
I would know. Got the same species back in Randall.
Hmm. I see. Well then, if we don't mind, I think we best make haste and not dilly-dally too long collecting berries.
Yes, we wouldn't want to be late for the meeting. She stands
No.
up, basically putting the basket in under her arm.
Mhm.
Do we
Okay.
wish to make any side stops on the way back?
Yes, I think if you say it's within distance of 30 minutes, I think we can afford one.
Alright then.
Right. After all, we got so many berries. I think that'd a bit too much.
True, I think I'll give
Just
some,
some out.
perhaps.
Seems like a perfectly neighborly thing to do.
Well then, I'll allow you both to lead the way. You seem to have a
Mhm.
destination in mind.
Sounds good. I
Well,
guess.
we do have to
Mhm.
pay them somehow.
Mm-hmm. Presumably they would be at the Adventures Guild, maybe.
Eladir has been seen most notably in two locations. The lake,
or
the lake and the inn, essentially. At this time of day, which is pretty early in the morning, she's most likely, you would say, at the inn.
Yeah.
She seems to be at the inn in the morning and the evening, and the lake towards the afternoon.
Honestly, I still have my prepared spells, so if we want to cut out on some time, I could just look at creature her.
You could. Do
Potentially.
you wish to?
But yeah,
It's very
That's what-
important. Why not?
I mean, yeah, we only have like 30 minutes, but we wasted like 15 already.
Yeah.
Alright.
So,
She is sitting down. Let's see. You know the direction of its. You can sense the direction of the creature's location as long as that creature is within 1 feet of you. If the creature is moving, you know the direction of its movement. The spell can locate a specific creature known to you or at least near. As long as you have seen a creature up close within 30 feet, at least once, if a creature you describe or named is in a different form, such as being under the effects of polymorph, the spell doesn't locate the creature. The spell can't locate a creature if running water at least 10 feet wide blocks direct path between you and the creature. So essentially, you can sense her moving through the city streets of Lunaria, heading towards the inn.
right, so I'll say, how about we grab a drink at the inn and look for her? I think that might be best.
I think it'll help calm our nerves.
A bit of wine, perhaps.
Hmm,
You can put a bit of put some spirits in your steps.
Right.
Then lead the way.
All right. Let's go to the inn.
Alright. So you make your way towards the inn. Which I will move the map there briefly.
Look at all these orcs and goblins.
Yup. Let's see.
There's no filter. He left.
Filcher's technically on there on the map, but yeah, he's gone at the moment. Filcher's
Yeah,
definitely out of town. He's not in the area anymore. Straight
he
up,
put
just
his
in a
cap on.
different map now.
He put his cap on. He's gone.
Yep. So when you arrive, the goblins and orcs are still just having a good time. At this point, you're wondering just how much of a bill they must be racking up. But that's
Yeah.
neither here nor there. You have other things to attend to.
As you make your way in, you see that Eladir is sat at the bar counter, and she's just ordering a drink, essentially. The barkeep has just poured it, and she's taking a sip.
All the time. I guess we'll approach.
Alright. So you approach. As you walk up, she turns around and leans against the bar counter and raises her drink to you all. Oh, welcome. Fancy seeing you at the bar so early. And I didn't take you for an early morning drinker, Eleanor. Eleanor shakes her head. Oh, I'm not usually, but sometimes I do take a little bit of wine to ease the nerves.
Wine's a bit of a premium. 10 gold.
Elodira just places 10 gold on the counter. Eleanor gave the barkeep a side eye of just 10 gold for wine, please. But Elodira paid it anyways.
Alright, coming right up.
Eleanor sits down and takes the wine.
So, what's got you all in a tizzy? You look like you've been running. You also all seem a bit... If you're so anxious to have a drink early in the morning, something's gotta be up.
Yes. Look, I don't know how to put this delicately as possible. We need your help.
You need my help? Are you
I
having
do.
trouble? Do you need another caravan guarded?
It's not a caravan that he's guarding. Is there a way we can maybe talk in private? I know you more likely would not like to speak of these things out in the open.
She just gestures around to the bar. This is as private as it can get. Ain't no one in here that's going to pay a single bit of attention to our conversation.
As you wish. Lady Aradir, it's about your noble heritage.
You see her raise a single eyebrow as she drinks some ale.
When we spoke around at the lake, I didn't quite think on it at the time. But putting the pieces together, I had an amazing revelation recently. I was wondering how you knew so much about the Sword of Echoes. I chalked it up to, well, you're from here, so you most likely already knew. You know as much as you can. But there was something that I didn't notice at the time. There was a sense of familiarity. And then, when we were at the lake again, you joked about asking about your family line. And it slowly dawned on me recently, and I put the two together. I would like to ask your permission for you to join us in the council to represent that blade.
You see that while you were speaking, she drank the entire tankard of ale, and she actually slams it down.
Easy. It's a nice counter.
It'd be very odd for a simple huntress to show up at such an important meeting unannounced.
I understand that. However, with the connection to the blade and its history, I think you would add an important edge in what we're trying to talk about. Look, you share no love for Lord Suitor. That much is certain.
He's a braggart and a barbarian.
Right, but he's also a tactically minded commander. And he wants something. And I think I've discovered what it is.
Oh, aye, he wants power.
Not just power. It's more, is it? He wants an army. He wants it to rival King's Landing, and he's getting his. And if things continue as it will, he'll get closer to that goal. But I think I have a way to at least put things in a way where we can get a manner for us to sway the vote, us to get them. So he doesn't get as much. He'll get something, but he won't get what he intended. We have a moment where we can counterattack and the right maneuver, and that's why we've come to you. I know you do not like the bringing up of your name, and in all honesty, I don't want to treat you like your name is that you are a noble woman. You seem to enjoy the treatment as just being you, and I would not have it any other way. I mean no disrespect by asking it. But I think we can make a good play here. I know your family has a connection to the Sword of Ethos. I'm asking, would you please consider joining us?
Eladir listens and then points a finger directly at Eleanor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's awfully weird for some random guards that you have accompanying you to be asking another commoner, who just so happens to be an exceptionally skilled huntress with a passion for history, to come marching in to serving her morning routine, isn't it, Eleanor? I assure you, I have done nothing. They have been interested of their own volition.
Say,
Mm.
we only here out of pure coincidence. Just so happened that we have need of you as well. Just this once, perhaps, if you do, if it would be remembered as well, potential great boon you have the nation.
That is exactly the problem. We do not wish to be remembered for any boons. Besides, the one who you should be seeking is my brother. Seek him out if you wish. Bring his treacherous head all the way back to the village. I'm sure that would make quite the ruckus.
Well, the only issue with that is we don't exactly have all the time in the world, all the way to the border of Hysterium, drag him back by the skin of his neck in front of the prince and the
Kicking
king.
and screaming, don't forget
So
that.
Right. We only have, think about right now, 10 minutes to essentially have the means to bring those talks to an end. They'll last for another decade. So, well, we all ask it. I know it puts you in a difficult position, but at this point in time, about the only option we have to begin with was to bring up the sword as a mean to bargain. So happened that, well, the one missing piece of the puzzle was the plan in you. Unfortunately.
She seems to grumble a bit, mostly to herself, before standing up, reaching onto her hip, and tossing a entire bag of coin to the bartender. You didn't hear any of this.
What? You're just finally paying that tab you've been stinging on.
Exactly. Consider everything else in there interest on my tab.
Oh, thank you kindly.
She seems to frown at you, kind of looking all three of you up and down for a moment, before jutting one hip out essentially and placing her hand on it. I'll have you know I don't appreciate being pulled back into a political circuit. We have had more than enough of it for all of our lives combined. But her eyes slide over to Eleanor for a moment, who Eleanor's been quite kind of dour, just staring into her wine when Elodie snapped at her. I can't in good conscience ignore such a thing as this. Fill me in on everything you know on the way.
Thank you. Honest and truly, I know this is difficult for you, but I do thank you wholeheartedly.
Don't thank me yet. Haven't even done anything.
But you already have.
No. You see, I have simply agreed to show up. Until any results are made, and if results are made, then you can thank me. And then you owe me.
Well then, lady, I suppose I'll thank you in a few hours.
I make no promises. I'm out of practice.
If you need, I can maybe help, if at all possible.
I'll just go as I am. The one who always had a penchant for these sorts of things was always my brother anyways.
Alright. Well, I don't think we have much time then. Let's see. I guess they're making their way out of the tavern. Delon's actually gonna whistle. He's calling Valese, basically.
In no time flat, Velise, you see as he dashes through the crowd, some people literally running out of his way. Some will actually incline their head and apologize for being in his way as he just rushes over, looks around like wildly before settling on you, and you just feel the words in your head of, "What's going on? What's wrong?"
You're gonna. Sorry for the haste, is a gold sport. You look fantastic, by the way. We need to make haste to the council room. We'll be accompanying Lady Elodie and Nolan Sir Gildas. If you would be so kind, perhaps you can help them get them as fast as they can. They need to get ready. I'll join you in a moment.
Velise nods and basically positions his back to the party. Well, I guess this is a plus sign. I get to tell everyone I rode on the back of a Valar steed.
See, being positive already. Delon does the thing where he helps everybody on there. They could at max probably put like 2 or 3 people on there. Valese.
Yeah, Elodie and Eleanor are light, so they count as like 2 people technically.
Honestly, I can show up later because Bub's there, but I'll let Valese take everyone first, and then Delon will like jog, and Valese will come back and pick him up.
Sounds good.
Waiting, so. I'll catch up later.
And remember, no running in the temple.
Aye.
Well, I suppose, yeah, Eleanor and me just fill her in. The way
Basically. I'm assuming it's being filled in out of character.
Yeah.
I'm just moving some things around at the moment.
Yeah, please do. Delon does actually feel bad about it. He normally wouldn't call her on it if it wasn't important.
then at the same time, Kath of the Deadlock don't.
Oh man, you're basically calling a
suppose-
favor. You're basically saying like,
Yeah.
I'll owe you one favor if you help out here, and she's the kind of person who both likes having people owe her favors, but also is the kind of where, I can do good by doing this. Now that it's been brought to my attention, I cannot say no.
Yeah. But Delon also just knows that she doesn't like to deal with it. So, he's just apologetic as he is. He
Yeah.
wouldn't do so if it wasn't important.
Alright. So with these moved around, give me one moment. So you are all quickly led back you all dash in towards the Temple of Sylviana. The guards nod at you, and you actually see two guards that are waiting for you all as you arrive. Nod and flank you on your left and right. Right this way, right this way. Running a little behind schedule.
Delon is already. God damn it. Just for the bone speed. Thank goodness I'm not wearing my half plates.
Eleanor will nod towards the guards. Thank you. We very much apologize. We found an extra bit of information outside, and we spent quite a lot of time acquiring it. We assure you it shall not happen again. Well, if it does happen again, you'll be taking it up with Centurion and our Lord Sylvanus.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. And with that, you are all escorted, bit by bit, to the
Innocent.
yes, the inner chamber for the meeting room. My brain just completely glazes over for a moment.
That's fine.
Hold on, I'm gonna use this one.
She stole my seat.
She could move one down if needed.
Move out of my goddamn seat. You sit next to Hawkins.
There you go. You sit next to the
Hawkins
Dragonborn. I hate Dragonborn. Nasty, scaly things. Bad breath.
Hawkins oh, is it another pretty lady joins us? Stop it, Brown Dragon. Oh, how rude.
That's her merch right now. Lucy.
But alrighty, as you make your way back into the chamber, you find that most everyone's already seated. Eleanor arrives, bows very low, and the King Sylvanus gives her a curt nod and simply continues speaking. And this is why I believe discussing the significance of a potential threat from the Black Dragon should be of paramount importance. The prince actually gives Eleanor a bit of a narrowed gaze, but nods as if he knows she's up to something.
Mhm.
You all are basically, due to Eleanor coming in first, they don't pay as much attention to the other arrivals. As you sit down, Delon, you see as Lord Frederick actually leans a little closer to you and whispers while everyone else is talking. Pardon my intrusion, but I did not expect you all to be late. Are you quite alright?
Here we're fine. Your lordship. We're doing little extra information finding.
You seem especially out of breath. I recommend drinking some water.
Thank you. I will do so. I appreciate your concern.
Of course. It would be quite disastrous if anything were to happen at such a discussion as this. It is reaching its most paramount point.
Hmm.
The prince will then speak up as well. I second the motion. I believe that bringing up the topic of the Black Dragon, as well as a potential oncoming threat of such, should be put on the table as a discussion topic. Do all here agree? The Earthwalker and Earthmother nod. Erantir nods. Uluru looks left, looks right, before quickly nodding.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Basically. Surtur seems to, he actually nods resolutely. I agree. Such a topic is most important.
Hmm.
Oh,
I'm assuming Bub would be like, yeah, that's important for nature.
I imagine as such. Honestly, Bub is the one that brought it up, so they took a night to consider whether it's something to add to the discussion or not.
Right, right.
So they are essentially agreeing, so Bub's topic that he brought up is now a discussion topic, willing to be able and allowed to be discussed.
Hooray!
how's Darkin's reaction?
At the mention of discussing the Black Dragon, Harkin has actually, he has a book open, and his free hand is writing within it, but pausing whenever people stop talking.
Hmm. So is there like a way for me to pass notes or something at the moment?
You could. There's nothing stopping one from leaning over and whispering or writing something on like a napkin or something and sliding it down.
Yeah. So I was just gonna write like a girl on a napkin, I guess. Like, yeah. The room isn't full of hot hair anymore, isn't
Um,
it? Like that Darkin.
so you quickly see that Harkin scribbles something back and he passes it back to you. On the writing in very beautifully flowing script of somebody who writes for a living, essentially. Is a response of hot air, but it no longer stinks of gas.
Just gotta good day. I take a quick look at him, just like shaking my head.
He just gives you a little grin and returns to his book, writing in it again. So as that happens, the Eleanor will actually stand up briefly. I apologize for being late once more. However, we have acquired a bit of information that we would like to broach as a potential topic of conversation at this table as well. The king in Sylvanas actually gives her a curious look. Eleanor, this is most unprecedented. You want third parties to advise and to be consulted. It is rare for third parties to bring up entirely new conversation topics of their own volition. The prince actually raises his hand. I believe that we should hear out her potential idea. There's nothing stopping us from considering it and still shutting it down should it prove to be a distraction. The king nods slowly. I understand this as well. However, I'm simply concerned that too many topics are being added to the discussion pile and we will be here for even longer than is necessary. Surtur, just still standing with one hand on the table, just gestures down the way to Eleanor. Hear the girl out. If it's interesting, we can add it. If it's not, then we throw it in onto the shelf for later. The king actually nods slowly and gestures to Feyrindir, who nods and gestures to Eleanor. Eleanor gives like a small little sigh of relief and speaks up again.
We have brought in another party that of a significant line who has agreed to help and stand in with additional information as well as offer another party's opinion. They have a vested interest in both sides of the conundrum and would like to offer their services as a potential tiebreaker. Surtur actually seems to look pointedly at Eleanor. And where exactly have you found such a person? If there was another individual of such, wouldn't they already be at this table? The king slowly speaks. No, Surtur. Why not? Because the individuals in question, as the king now makes full eye contact with Elodie, who resolutely and strongly maintains her eye contact with him. The individual in question has stepped down from said position and has not been here for quite some time. And why is that? Seems like an unbelievable waste of resources. If they could have been here, they should have been brought here. As such, we have wasted far too much time and effort already. The prince nods slowly. He furrows his brow for a moment while looking at Elodie before a bit of realization appears. And he tilts his head as if in confusion, but not anger or hostility, more amused and interested surprise.
I got to think of it. Hold on. Got to think of it. He would know that we have it because we did a show of it back in like Eleanor's little outing. Like, you know, it's the noble sphere. Like words come around. So
Very likely that might be what he's clearly connecting the dots on, essentially. There's a surprise, but an interest, and no anger, actually. Just interest. Pleasant surprise is the look on the prince's face. The king, however, seems mildly irritated, but not angry. It's more like the one who is rather disappointed with this turn of events, but can't stop it. Well then, regardless of the reasoning for them not being here, I think that it is incredibly beneficial that they are here. Maybe now this incessant prattling can cease and we can finally reach a true conclusion with a majority vote. The king nods almost solemnly. Yes, indeed. Such a thing would be most beneficial for this entire talk. The prince nods with a surprisingly confident smile. Yes. Let us end this conversation with a majority vote. Erantir slowly stands up, staff in hand. Then as High Priestess of the Temple of Sylviana, I am allowing a third individual to step up as a tiebreaker. Do you have a saber to represent your position?
I guess with the lawn, I would probably go with... Aye, they do. They may use mine.
There are several looks to your direction, a lot of confusion, but the prince actually just seems to be grinning. Like, he's very happy with his turn of events, essentially. It's a very pleasant grin of joy, actually. One that has not been seen on the prince's face since he's arrived. Surtur is visibly looking in your direction, but with intrigue, essentially.
Delon will look in Centurion's direction. Sir Centurion, if you would please.
Centurion nods, and snaps his fingers. Some guards come in, with essentially a chest that has your name on it, Delon.
Hmm.
It is laid on the cart here, where Centurion walks over, unlocks it, and retrieves a single blade. This blade was found within the possessions of the White Dragonborn known as Delon Acilius Guillemets. This blade, I'm sure, as all of you have known, is quite a miraculous blade. One, as he draws the blade from its sheath and holds it aloft, essentially, as it practically glistens in the room. It is of elvish make, enchanted and made with the aid of 2 houses, serving a historical purpose. The prince nods. Indeed, a most regal blade, well deserving of its position at this table. The king seems very surprised to see it. I have not seen such a blade in quite some time. Surtur actually nods at the blade. I have seen this blade before. It is of excellent craftsmanship. Rantir is confused at the blade, but more like confused that it's here now. So then it truly has arrived home. Uluru just continues eating candy. It's a shiny blade that can dispel magic. Not that special.
It's like, come on, guys, really?
Lord Frederick actually simply sips some tea. Miraculous, the blade lost has returned to its home. Ah, truly the makings of a wonderful tale in the making.
Yeah, High Priestess. I'm like, no, consider the conversation we had yesterday. You should have figured something was up.
Do you say that?
Oh. Well, no, but I think about it. Well, actually, what would be funnier? If I actually say it out loud.
Honestly, saying it out loud was like, that would be funny. It would be in Gildas' character too, or a whisper would work too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a bit too far away from whisper, but I say. Yeah. So I'll just say, oh, High Priestess. Considering what I asked you today, the podcast this you should have figured something was up.
I simply took it for a studious scholarly endeavor. I did not expect this.
Oh, I did have some scholarly interest as well, but just give me the idea, is all.
Harkin is actually grinning while writing this all down. Oh, this is just like a good story. In fact, I think I'll title it The Blade Echoes Through Time. Quite a ring to it. Centurion simply, after everyone's seen the blade, holds it essentially in the palm of his 2 hands, holding it by its blade length. It simply needs a wielder to lay it at the table. At this, Eladir stands up and confidently, essentially struts over to the head of the table, stares at the blade, slowly reaches for it, and takes it. The blade actually almost seems to shine brighter in her hand. I, Eladir, Sylvia, I believe that was the name, hold on. Sirio, I think. Yeah, Sirio. Eladir Sirio, claim this blade as mine, and I lay it upon the table, so that all of this incessant prattling of the future can come to a cease. I am in agreement with all of those who are in frustration here. As she says this, she delicately but purposefully lays the blade on the table, releasing its handle. The three blades essentially all point towards a center position, which is the head of the table, pointing with the handles of them all essentially pointing at each other, kind of a thing. Pointing at the other lords, kind of a thing. Centurion nods. Then as such, we now have a third vote. May the discussions remain just and civil. And he takes another step back. Surtur simply nods and looks towards Eladir for a moment. And here I thought you were just a pathetic little huntress who was teaching kobolds things that they need not know. And here I thought you were just a braggart and a ruffian, scaring and bullying those around you. Surtur seems to, just kind of grin at her, but he seems to be looking at her much differently now. Before he looked down upon her, he seems to be looking upon her more as an equal. Irantir taps her staff on the floor to clear the air. Then let us begin the discussions. The first topic of discussion is what to do about this potential upcoming Black Dragon threat. Starting with the opening would be King Sylvanas. She then sits back down. The king nods and looks over the table very solemnly. As a leader who has dealt with the last Dragon War and the aftermath of it, I do not have any desire to hand back into another war with more dragons, let alone the most destructive, barbaric, and crafty of them all. However, remaining completely neutral in such a fight is simply asking for death, for you will be seen as having no allies, and you will be but a weak link to eradicate. This is how he functions. We've seen it firsthand. As such, we of the Wood Elven people fully believe that in order for us to defend ourselves properly from such an oncoming threat, the talks here are paramount in achieving that. As such, I believe seeking out and reaching out to King's Landing once more is the best decision possible. If we reach out to King's Landing, we can inform them of the oncoming threat, and if they do not know already, King's Landing will be incredibly up and accepting of the potential allyship against more dragons. King's Landing has the most experience dealing with dragons and dragon wars of any other nation. It would be foolish to approach them in a position of some sort of strength when asking for their aid against quite possibly the most powerful dragon we've ever faced. Lord Frederick actually raises his wine glass. Here, here. Well said, well said. The prince nods slowly. We all can then agree on the fact that this topic of conversation is naturally feeds into the topic we had at hand, and is even more paramount to us reaching a conclusion. I personally believe that we should make no enemies of King's Landing or any other neighbors that we have. Instead, we should fortify ourselves and defend ourselves. Focus upon that as quickly as physically possible. And should the Black Dragon come to attack King's Landing or any others, that is when we offer our aid, not in asking, not in a request, that we show up and we take up arms against the Black Dragon. Until then, we make very few arrangements for peace. We do not beseech others, we do not make allies nor enemies. For every ally we will make another enemy. For every enemy we make, we will either create new allies or create further enemies down the line. By choosing to remain neutral and protecting and arming ourselves, we stand in the best position we can be. Serdar speaks up.
That's all well and good. And I agree, both of your positions are good when considering a Black Dragon's potential threat. However, why choose one or the other when you can do both? King's Landing will need every single man, every single soldier, every commander, strategist, magician, archer, cavalryman, quartermaster, everything, if they are to fight a dragon. By showing up, simply asking for peace, you are coming in with your gun, your blunderbuss, your bow, half cocked, half knocked, just unfinished. Arm yourselves, do as the prince says, and while you are doing this, make a point, communicate with King's Landing, seek out said peace. Mention that now why are you arming yourselves? King's Landing will be receptive to that. If you do this, you get the best of both worlds. Perhaps not the extreme of either specific example. You do not get the Templars of King's Landing coming into your lands and attempting to assist us in our reinforcements. But you also do not have the simple, magical, and potential forested machinations and defensements we can have if we simply bide our time and dig in our heels in the ground, truly become a defensible bastion. However, what you make up for me creating either an ultimate defense or accepting an ultimate attack is the ability to do both, and only sacrificing just a bit of efficiency. Gentlemen, when speaking war, it is best to account for all possibilities. And by choosing an ultimate defense, you weaken your ability to go on the offensive. By choosing to side with King's Landing, you will weaken your defensive perimeters. After all, by bringing Templars into your lands, you cannot defend against them. You cannot create as many walls or defensible fortresses. And keeps are useful. When a dragon is in the sky, do you think your armor, your shields, your magical barriers will protect you from their fire? No! A keep will. Walls of stone, as high as they are, with your men underneath, your men attacking and defending it, with siege weapons atop. This will defend against a dragon. This is what you should do. And at that, Surtur sits down.
We never give the toy to Uluru.
You have not yet.
Yeah.
If one of the party members wishes to speak up at some point, now would be the time to do it.
Yeah, I'm considering it. Just choosing my words.
To clarify, he did bring up basically what we were gonna do, but slightly different. Well, he's like,
Right.
we need to be in war. It's like, no. Dude. Kind of, but also not.
Surtur's position is the same. He's just basically changing it to be even more like arm yourselves even more while seeking for defense, essentially.
I mean, all I'm hearing really from like Surtur is that do as I say, like do it like I want it.
Yeah.
It's like just make a keep. So
He said make keeps, multiple. defensible positions with weapons to defend upon them, kind of a thing.
Alright, but like, do the elves even have like any experience with that? Probably not.
They have familiarity with making towers and the like, which function similarly.
I mean, their forest has always been their ultimate keep.
True.
Yeah,
It's
essentially.
just been had all the advantages of a keep without making one out of stone.
The elves are good at making high towers, which usually, like, if you see like a mage tower, it was made with elvish like innovations. And their towers are very easily defendable as well. But they're not as resilient or as powerful as a full-on keep or castle type of thing.
I believe the whole of the Savage Lands is like, okay, you want to build a keep inside of that, but like, how the fuck do you want to do it? So, I'll say, you know, just like, corresponding to certain. I was gonna look at the prince and the king and ask. We'll ask whatever. I'll say. You have someone suggesting building keeps throughout savage lands, but I may not know a lot of it, and I have not been through all of it. But from what I've seen, savage lands is essentially not the kind of terrain you want to build a keep on. Would I stand correct? Like,
The king thinks for a moment before the prince speaks up. We could design keeps. I have designs already under ideas within my own lodgings and my own studies. It is possible. And if you are curious of the manpower and the resources used to make them and the speed, I assure you we can create them faster than the men of King's Landing can. We would simply need aid of the druids, should they be willing to help us.
You take too much to make those. Nope.
well, there you have it.
Earthwalker speaks up, however.
Keeps and using the druids to make them. Marvelous. But it would depend on the nature of the keeps, as well as the amount of resources you are requesting. What say you?
Earth Mother speaks up.
I'm more for it than against it. If these keeps take the resources, but they remain within the forest, then resources and forest goods are not being taken nor moved, simply repurposed. It is not taking from nature, merely moving where the nature is, like replanting a tree or putting a flower garden in especially rich soil, where before this exotic flowers were dying in the acidic soil. It's a good point, Earth Mother, but I think that we would need more druids' insight on this. Too bad they're all busy in their own corners of the world.
Yeah, I see. I don't really like the way I've seen is like wooden
I mean,
keeps
Bob
is not
wants to
gonna
get
cut.
them. Bob is the one who's been saying we need to gather all the druids, anyways.
True.
Yeah.
Although
I
I
felt
don't.
like Soda was more talking about like stone keeps, right?
Yeah.
He
He's talking
said
about.
keeps. He did say of stone, but there was other resources that could be used that, with Serta's insight, it's very likely he would allow them, he would aid them in how to make them most effectively against dragons.
Right.
So I see you take a black dragon, you make like a wooden keep. Like, well, it's just a black dragon, but like whatever dragon. I'm like,
Burned down instantly.
The druids didn't say wood, neither did the prince. He said they could make them.
It's made out of the forest. So
The
Well,
forest is
the
more than
forest
just
has
trees,
stones.
though.
Stones and mud and all that stuff.
it's made of animals too.
I mean, honestly, a heap of mud would have to do fairly well against fire. As long as you have, like,
Sorry,
one-
I'm cheating.
I'm just trying to kind of go on about this. I think probably just bring up our point on what we were planning on doing anyways. That might not be bad.
It would be another opinion, essentially. It would be
Yeah.
also a point, basically pointing towards the king of what he wants to do.
Yeah, I think it's the way you have to word it. So
Yeah.
how about throw like an idea first so that you can follow up on it like a more refined way, I guess.
Yeah, you
So-
come in and I'll come in with a more refined version of
Yeah.
it, or you tell Eleanor and Eleanor will say it.
Oh, I'll say I must thank you for the whole insight on your fortification. But how about I give a fourth, well, possible way we could go at this? It is similar to our red friend, but not entirely. After all, well, the idea of building up defenses as well as diplomacy is suited. The way it was put to me as more like the idea of the is put at the forefront, while the idea of the king is just put on the back burner. Gee, really sounds more like building defenses, and incidentally making friends or enemies or whatever. But really doesn't really. Oh, should I say that? Well, I think that the king's idea might be better in the long run. After all, you open up to your neighbors, and through that, not only change the perception they might have of you, but it could also help you with your own troubles. After all, yes, you could certainly build defenses, but if you open up talks first, come to an agreement, you may be offered cooperation. And also, through cooperation, gain an insight on the other party. After all, yes, you may have Templars on your lands, but wouldn't that give you the perfect opportunity to learn about them, or to deal with them? And besides, it's your land. You'll have to show your whole hand. And, well, I was about to mention something, but no, it's the bad idea. Don't mention the dragon war at this table. Well, no, not the dragon war, the other one, but let's see. I, you know that elves beyond, well, the wall aren't really well liked at all. So, as a king of your people, wouldn't you prefer your subjects, well, to not be subject of discrimination or undue violence to them outside your borders, or even within your borders? After all, someone who may have a grudge or something could just come in. I don't know. Something bad. What I'm trying to say is, I'd rather have, well, see, I'm a goblin war chief. I'd rather have my goblins have a better standing elsewhere, so I don't have to deal with whatever repercussion or diplomatic incident may occur, than not trying to change the status quo and have them still be hated and have to deal with dead goblins, or my goblins coming running up to me and telling me that so and so tribe did something bad, so I have to retaliate. You have to chase after all every little incident like that. You're never gonna you're never gonna have you're never gonna see the end of it. So if you don't have the issue in to begin with, all the better.
So there is a slow nod from the prince.
Mhm.
I understand such a position. However, that is putting an awful lot of faith in our foreign neighbors who have been quite hostile to us in the recent past. The king pipes up. Keep in mind, your highness, that there are foreign neighbors, yes, but with the information that was brought up last night, perhaps the incident is not as we all believe it to be. Tabling that for now. They do have the single most experience with facing and dealing with dragons. They have been doing it from the dawn of their nation. When dragons went through these woods and we lived in fear of them, but we let them do mostly as they pleased, it was men from what would later become King's Landing who were the ones to slay said dragon. Let us not forget, they have been doing this since before their nation was founded. It is paramount that we seek peaceful cooperation with them. There are no better allies when fighting dragons than those whose nation was founded upon the corpses of dragons.
So,
Yeah.
The
to
prince
finish,
actually gestures to Surtur. What say you? You've been out and about, you've been out through the walls multiple times. Do you agree with this statement? Surtur actually nods. Of course I do. Dragonborn I may be, however, I will not deny the fact that King's Landing does sit as a nation on the backs of the corpses of dragons. We have a long, studied, proud history of killing dragons. You hear Harkin suddenly mumble,
Delon will glance to Harkin. So Harkin, what's on your mind?
Oh, nothing. Simply a slip of the tongue, I think.
Yes.
so,
Delon will nod at that. I think that is. I think I might always use it. And Lord Suitor, you would know of this, wouldn't you?
Yes, I am a dragonborn. I know much of dragons. I have been through the lands of King's Landing. I have been all over the lands of Canes. I have studied their history.
I see. Have you ever fought in a dragon war before?
He seems to give you a pointed look before standing taller and putting both his arms behind his back as he stares you down.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I also have personal experience in Dragon Wars. The prince actually, you see his fingers flex and unflex for a moment as his eyes narrow at Surtur. The king, however, is looking at Surtur curiously. What exactly was your personal experience within a dragon war? There were no red dragonborns fighting on the side of the enemy.
Because he was not a red dragonborn at that time, Your Excellency.
Pardon, but how else could he have been alive? Unless he
Oh,
was
Your
an elf before.
Oh.
But I would know
Pardon.
if there was an elf who became a red dragonborn.
No. No, Your Excellency. Dragonbornness. Delon actually will stand up, putting his hands behind his back and looking at Suitor. Dragonborns is a quite incredible moment. One can be of quite a certain age. Could be young, middling. Why, you could be a very old man. And once you're imbued with that fire, your body is magically transformed. It's as if a clean slate wipes clean all that was before, and you are born anew. One could be quite old before they became Dragonborn. Isn't that right, Lord Suitor?
Yes.
And he gives like a polite nod at the end.
Such knowledge has been documented, hasn't it, Tarkin? Oh, yes, indeed. I myself was quite old. Gray, oh, clearly I was bald, bad back. Oh, the liver spots I had when I was made a Dragonborn. And now I'll have the Dragonborn's equivalent of liver spots. So yes, I personally documented the process. So I can confirm such things are doable. Precisely. Such information is standard for Dragonborn.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. So you see, Your Excellency, it's more than possible for him to fight in the Dragon War. But that,
Lord
Then-
Frederick cuts a slice of a blood sausage as he speaks. Then perhaps we're asking the wrong question. Did you or did you not fight within the last Dragon War? You said you did. And so, we'll table that as well. Which position did you fight in, Surtur? As he finishes speaking, he takes a bite of the blood sausage. Surtur narrows his gaze at Lord Frederick and seems like he wants to bite back with another comment, but he doesn't.
You're alright, nebulous boy. You're alright.
I
What in
fought
Gilbert's
under the
favor?
banner of the king. Lord Frederick simply smiles at that and raises both his hands in the air. Fabulous, then we have a kingsman. Now, was that so hard to reveal to us all? We were all among friends then. We were all allies at one point or another. As he lays his fork down and raises a wine glass before taking a sip, as if in cheer.
Damn. Indeed.
For the record, what platoon and unit were you under? See, I'm a scholar myself, and an individual such as yourself would have been quite established, were you not? Or perhaps you were just some random bloke in the army, of no particular worth, and these skills developed later. I myself was just a random, middling soldier at the time, and all of my skills came later. I'm simply writing it down for posterity. Surtur, looking at Harkin, nods. For my specific rank and file, as well as the regiment within which I served on, you will have to request that from the King's Library themselves. For I will not be giving it willingly. But, to help you narrow it down, since you do enjoy puzzling over these things so much, forward Vanguard. That lowers it down to perhaps about 500 regiments.
Aye. But then, curiously then, if you are in the forward regiments, where did you amass such a tactical knowledge? I think if you are a Kingsman then, you would have gone to the Bard College. Were you a Lords? Did you go into lore? The path of lore? No. War cry. No. Level 2. Nice. Wonder. Culture? No. I'm assuming he doesn't answer that.
He's simply watching you, as if wondering if you'll settle on one.
I just don't know the college. Where's college?
It's alright, I'm pulling it up at the moment.
Trying to recall which one I would imagine he would have had to have gone in to know all these tactics. Or at least that excel in it. That doesn't require a lot of communication, basically.
There is the Bard College of Creation, Eloquence, Glamour, Lore, Spirits, Swords, Valor, and Whispers.
I'm assuming he probably would have done Valor. He was a younger man, maybe. They usually teach tactics and Valor. Possibly Swords.
Let's see.
I'm gonna settle on.
Was Glamour all along.
I'll roll history if you want. I can do that. Just to see kind of like basically what I know, what I think he would have gone in without checking. If that's
you can do so.
It's like a 15. It's Kingland history.
Give me one moment.
Yeah, take your time. I just enjoy it. We're just putting him into a corner for no reason.
It's not no reason. It's fucking deserve.
I know.
Yeah. We're not doing it for no reason.
It's... You would assume that someone of his persuasion would have either gone to the College of Lore or the College of Valor.
Alright. Someone settles on it. Oh, is it... I can't quite decide. Was it the College of Lore or Valor?
Perhaps instead of asking myself, you should ask a headmaster. I believe you'll find that you can request all information you require from the headmaster upon approval of said information.
You you can't just deflect every questions to just ask this random nobody we haven't heard of.
Oh, perhaps you should make yourself familiar with them. Instead of hounding after myself and distracting from a specific conversation of incredible worth, perhaps you should go out, study, learn, expand your horizons.
I mean, I've been doing just that. Just ask the person next to you.
Indeed. Clearly you have much more to learn.
I've only had the time the elves or dragon balls have.
That is no excuse.
I'm not making
You have all the
excuses.
years of mankind. Make use of them.
Yeah, it's still one his age. Which dragons did you fight? Just for my record, of course.
Oh, excellent, Alon. I needed to ask that as well. Yes, see quite clearly. I'm a little deaf in my right ear. Lots of yelling today.
You see as Cerner rolls his eyes at Harkin's comments before nodding in your direction, Delon.
Mm-hmm.
White, green, red, black.
But you never fought red.
I said red before black. I had never had any
You did.
dealings
Actually, no,
with
he
blue.
didn't. He said white, green, blue, black.
No, white, green, red, black.
Oh, he really did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only blue wasn't mentioned. Well, only blue and the other ones were still alive.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Silver.
I have personal experience fighting drakes, worms, wyverns, and the like as well.
Quite the skill. We've been fighting for a long time. Do that.
Since you are so keen on information, perhaps I should offer up another tidbit of information to the table here as well, regarding Dragonborns and their creations. Dragonborns, the process of becoming one, can bring one back from a state like death. One could be on their deathbed, and if you survive the process, you will find yourself alive and well, even if you were sickly ill. If you had malaria, or sickness, a festering leprosy perhaps, or if you survived the process, your afflictions would be gone. Just as old can become young, sickness can become strength.
Fascinating. I've never experienced that firsthand. It was merely a theory. Do you have your sources that I can contact about that?
Would you like to wander up to the Red Dragon's volcano and ask him personally?
Actually, I've been meaning to do that for quite some time. Could you tell him I would like to arrange a meeting?
Perhaps another time, Harkin.
I'm hearing more deflection.
There's like questions I could ask him, but there's no way of he's kind of in a good position. Nothing I could reveal could really kind of get him to give up some kind of goat without already revealing a no. But there's no adherence to that. He'd never fight for that. His experience is just
Actually,
yeah. Go ahead, Gildas.
I'll
Alright.
say, no. Since you're part of the Dragon War, I'll know a little bit about it, but first-hand experience comes very rarely. What was your most memorable battle?
Oh, good point.
He seems to eye you for a moment, as if considering the answer to the question, before you see him smirk at you. What an unexpectedly silver-tongued question. That's the thing about Rinaldians. People take them for people of no guile. And that's where they're wrong. The Nebelese understand it, Rinaldians have guile. They just use it less suspiciously.
Alright.
Damn right.
Now, to ask which battle was my favorite, or perhaps the most notable. Now that is a tricky question, for there are far too many to count. For you see, every single day of that war, every single day that I was there, was in and of itself a memorable situation, a memorable occasion. You would not believe what hell on this earth is like until you fought in a dragon war. However, I will pick one. My favorite would have to have been the last battle. The men of Keynes, Gloucester, and Renault, all of them, fought and held the line against the red dragon and the black dragon's might. The blue and the green were handling and dealing with things on our flank, attempting to destroy what was left of our rear regiment. Styrium and Nebulum. He actually nods towards the Elven Kings as well as the Lord Frederick in the room. They did an excellent job maintaining the rear position and dealing with such shady, magically, and intelligent counterparts. Such a battle was the most insane moment of my life.
See, Marshall, you may think this is a non-answer, but now we know. He participated in the Dragon War toward the end of it.
Correct.
So, my dear darling,
Why,
Could you
I think in
perhaps-
no small words I would say that that battle changed me forever.
Yeah, I would assume so. I can actually roll real quickly on that last battle now because he admitted he was there. The last battle of the Dragon War. So I'm gonna roll history.
Go ahead.
But
so that
that
actually narrowed down, the regiment too. Just
yeah, you did. I'm actually I still have 2 inspirations left. I'm gonna use. Actually, I got another one back by sleeping in. So I'll roll one more inspiration.
All right, reroll.
Sorry, man. My deepest apologies. 23. That's what I'm
23.
talking about. I'm talking about, baby. Almost a crit. I'm almost. God damn it! I want to be that final thing.
You want expertise.
Please.
So with the
Super.
23, Delon,
Mhm.
as he says that, you actually know that there was the majority of King's Landing's armies were
Mhm.
on the field against the Black Dragon and the Red Dragon, while the majority of Asterium and Nebulum's armies were in the back fighting the blue and green dragons. The Pearl Dragon did not step foot on that battlefield as she was an observer essentially,
Mhm.
from the sidelines somewhere. You do know though that basically means he couldn't have been a soldier from Nebulum or Asterium at all, which means he's likely a soldier from Gloucester, Reynold, or King's Landing. But while all of King's Landing, almost all of their men that could fight such a big battle were there, you also know that the king himself was there. You also know that the Lord of Reynold was there, as well as the current Lord of Gloucester was there.
Hmm. Yeah, they were all there.
Renault meaning the previous one, I guess.
Yeah, it's cool.
The previous and the current one. The current one was
Previous.
not the Lord at the time, however.
Right. So
He
they were
was
all
on the
there.
battlefield, though.
He was on the battlefield. He was there. Oh, okay, Delon's gonna be a bit.
You also know that was that battle claimed many, many lives, and that was the battle that you read the Minister Line's heir apparent died in battle in.
Yeah. Okay, Delan goes, I see. It must have been a great pleasure to fight alongside all the kings, Renauld, Gloucester, and of course King's Landing.
He has a faraway look in his eye, as if he's not in this room at this time.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear him say, quite coolly, "The greatest of honors."
Mm. I see. You must have deeply respected the king then. Couldn't have been fighting on Asterium or everyone's side, despite how noble they were. He gives his nods to the king, prince, and everyone. I mean, at that time, he couldn't have fought on our side.
I was not especially close to the king himself, but
No.
I had the purview of listening in to the tactical discussions at the time. The regiment I was a part of listened attentively.
Mm. You know, I recall that battle as well. I've always wondered if it's the same as what it was. I believe, if I recall correctly, in the battle they fought against the Black and Red Dragon. They all planned a Hirusanak, and in it, a very particular soldier, honor guard, friend to the king, basically minister, last heir, charged forward, despite pleas to the otherwise in his tactics to pull back. But in the last ditch of trying to redeem honor, he charged and died against Dragonfire. I believe that that's the case, if I remember correctly.
Essentially, he was a tactician as well as a
Mhm.
very old honor guard for the king.
Yeah.
But in that battle, when the king was going to march out, he was a military advisor and more of a tactician and a mage at that point. However, he basically requested of the king to be on the same battlefield right beside the king.
Hmm.
He died on that battlefield, but he died protecting the king.
Mm. Mm.
He took his unit and basically took the brunt of the dragons, of the specifically Red Dragon's fire.
Ooh, actually, that gives me a thought process. Again, this thought process. Must have been Isaac. I hear many stories, many of the many great noble lines that were started and unfortunately ended in those battles. Spent a lot of my youth reading about it. Is it true that the honor guard, one in particular, he marched beside him, and despite being part of the tactics, he nobly declared that he wanted to fight beside the king? You said
I
you were
had
in
the
the tactics.
privilege of seeing a man do as such, yes. An elderly gentleman. Wore not the
Indeed.
cloaks and garbs of men of arms and swords. He wore the cloak and the cowls with the wand and staves of a mage, a wizard. Yet he wielded a
see.
blade with the expertise of a Templar.
Hmm. I believe as such. And marched into great battle, fought besides the king. And if I recall correctly, in that same battle, this individual and his noble line created a shield against the Red Dragon's fire to protect the king. I believe the
Yes,
tactic,
the
unlike
entire
what
line
you
was disposed of, completely and utterly consumed within the fires. However,
lead
while I was watching it from afar,
me now.
the king, in his line, took that opportunity to deal a mighty blow to the Red and Black Dragon's forces, as their eye was drawn to the forward guard.
Hmm. See. From afar.
Actually, let me grow some Reynoldian history about the battle. If
Go
possible.
for it, babe.
Go
Go
ahead.
for it, man. Roll Fizzleby. Oh no! Could it become
Well, should I use my last remaining inspiration for that? Or not?
Up to you.
Because I
This
mean,
one.
that is a 6. Like,
That is a very,
is
very
that.
bad roll.
Yeah,
Worse
fuck
than
it, let's
worse.
go.
Ah, nice, 20.
20.
So what are you trying to think of from Reynolds' perspective, Gildas?
Well, I mean, if like King's Landing, right, is like fighting the black and red dragon like at the front line, and like he's staying from from the sideline. I
But it
mean,
was far
according
away.
to him, like with what I know, the Minustia line. But yeah, the sail within Reynolds. So technically, the Reynoldian by the time they disappear. I mean, technically, the Glucaster blood will like subject of Reynolds. So
He would be in
yeah,
Renault's line.
yeah. Suppose
Quote
I
unquote
try to
far away.
deflect. It's like, yeah, Minustia isn't there, but that's like, I was like Papa Reynolds. But like, if it's a roundabout way of saying that, but yeah, no. Well, I guess essentially I want to know, yeah, what did they say about that last stand? Like, what did the Reynoldian army do uh, while they were doing that?
Okay, so with that, Gildas, that there was a regiment that was part of the King's Guard, but whenever the lords convened for tactics, um, all of the lords would basically convene to discuss tactics. A Rinaldian lord who was a wizard, who was a former Templar, was part of the essentially he was a former part of the King's Landing's guard, but he was serving under the Rinaldian honor guard at the time. So when he requested to be a part and take his platoon and be a part of the front vanguard.
Basically, we're trying to catch him. He's being wily.
He is. But he is that basically is enough info to go that that same person of the Minister line would have technically been a Ronaldian honor guardsman. But during that time, he requested to be on the main front vanguard with the king.
Yeah, but it's pretty sure that that's not Suitor at this point. Or if he is, he's bullshitting.
Right. Because like,
There is
is
clearly a
Connection.
forget the word, but basically there is a bit of a error in the two stories. Surtur is saying that he was from afar, but he is also describing being a member of the Vanguard. The person that you read about in history is on the front essentially.
Double what? Oh my god, that's amazing. Can we get something special for that too? You don't get dope.
What? What?
Yeah, you go two
Double that once?
double ones for insight. It goes all the way down to becoming critical again. It's double negative. Becomes a positive.
well, I guess like if you roll like the insights, like if you combine with the history roll, it seems like
Yeah, I
probably
mean, you could even just say, you know what, from Renald's perspective there, he's like, and then Delon could be like, so which is it? Was they in the front vanguard, or is it that person's, like you said, you're in the front vanguard. Was it this, or were you far away? Which or which? And then I'll catch you in a lie. Or an error.
Because well, what I want to try to figure out as well from like that history rolls, like like Reynolds was part of it. It's like of this turning of files, like essentially figure it out, like who would be there to witness the like which unit would be there to witness a Vanguard doing that? So I guess like most of them would be busy with the Black Dragon, I would imagine, because he's no slouch.
Yes, so the majority of the Rinaldian forces were fighting the Black Dragon's forces. The Rinaldian lord at the time demanded to fight the Black Dragon's forces. Essentially. He basically said that the king doesn't have the martial might to do it, but he does.
Goddamn, I love Renault sometimes.
So he's like, you deal with the red, I'll keep the black busy. Just don't fail, kind of a thing. And it was actually the Rinaldian vanguard that was formerly a part of the Rinaldian Lord's honor guard, but also before he was a Rinaldian honor guard, he was a King's Landing honor guard. His platoon helped fight the Red Dragon and ensured victory.
But he ended up sacrificing himself and his
Yes, his platoon and himself died. So if he says that he was a vanguardsman, so far that's he was a vanguardsman. He fought beside the king and many of the other lords. He specifically said that he fought on that last battle against the Red Dragon.
He has to be that old man. There's just no other way.
Yeah, well, didn't he mention that he was like King's Landing van? Yeah.
He did, but with your info, Rim, Gildas, you know that the King's Landing Vanguardsman that the same old man that was mentioned, before he was a Rinaldian Honor Guardsman, he was a King's Landing Honor Guardsman. So he basically transferred back for the final battle. So he was King's Landing, transferred to Reynold, and then transferred back to King's Landing for the final battle and died. So he died a King's Landing man, essentially.
Once again. Yeah, bring that up. Delon doesn't know that.
Yeah. So, well, I think, because right now don't really have like the brain power to really like make the liberal logic. So I'll just say, right on to the story and say, yes, that last stand against the Red Dragon is a proud moment in Rinaldian history. To protect the king, like the sword should, well, when you think about protecting someone, you think the shield would do it. But for the sword to actually do it, parry the fire. Some sort of poetry in it.
Perhaps there is a certain regal dignity in a platoon meant for offense being used for defense instead.
Yeah, that almost sounded bitter, Marshall. I don't know why. Well, I'm gonna fucking like put it out. I'm like, yo, would think the praise higher than that. You almost sound sour.
He has a faraway look for a moment. A sword meant to parry is intended to riposte. You see as Lord Frederick cuts another piece of blood sausage. What good is a saber that does not riposte after doing a successful parry? Yes? After all, if the blade cracks in the process of the parry, it simply wasn't up to the challenge of riposting.
Surtur's faraway gaze narrows on Frederick, actually snapping to attention. Some blades do not shatter. They merely become hardened through trial by fire.
That's it. I got it. That's it. That's the final thing.
Protection.
No, it really is. It actually is a protection. You would know that personally, wouldn't you, Lord Sutter?
All Dragonborn understand the trial by fire.
No. More specifically, that is I'm glad you said it yourself. A blade bathed in fire can become stronger from it. It's a detail that I've always found interesting. That lord always carried around an obsidian blade. That obsidian blade, when he was burned, it turned crimson, and he was buried with that blade. His records are very clear on it. And they said all men who saw it knew it had been turned but hardened by the fire, instead of melting. Very few, though, regale such a detail, but all the men around there are there. You can find it in the records if you look for it. But only those who talk about it really talk about its regal presence. And the reason you're so bitter? Because it was your unit. Your men. You spoke of this so far, but you know every detail, every last moment of it. You were part of the Vanguards. Vanguards were part of it. You fought against the Red Dragon, defended the king. You did so because your family line at one point had betrayed them. They had sided with the dragons. So you mean to show yourself a better play. And you're supposedly died in that battle. But either you didn't. No. You survived somehow. Enough to bide your time, make your way, becoming a Red Dragonborn. Isn't that right, Lord Minister?
He stares at you for a moment. Before, can't help but see him, his eyes narrow, and his head actually raises higher. More proud, more regal. As if looking at you, in an odd, fascination. It's very draconic in its mannerisms. You see as a hand moves to the hilt of his blade, almost tightening around it, just barely. You amuse me.
Amuse you?
Yes. But no longer like a simple court jester. Court jesters are entertaining, but only in short doses. They grow quite tiresome for long extended stays. This is why you roll them out, to distract the nobles at your court. No, you're no jester. He grins at you. And giving like a nod of acknowledgement. You're not mere jester, you're a bard. Bards have songs to sing. Ones of actual worth and value. Jesters crack jokes as a distraction. Bards, however, why, bards are absolutely, pivotally useful.
I'll take that as a compliment. You were one, after all.
There is no past tense when it comes to a man who has struck up a profession. Once you have been a profession, it is always a matter of your profession.
Indeed.
Skill sets are never unlearned. They are learned and kept. If you unlearn a skill set, then why did you bother to learn it in the first place?
You know, Litsuda, that may be one of the very few things I completely agree with you. I'm sure the Elven Kings are like confused as shit.
They are quite confused. Uluru actually speaks up.
When does the stabbing start? Hey, I want candy for the stabbing. I need candy to watch the stabbing.
Irantir she brings a hand up as if to facepalm before lowering it back down to her side. There will be no stabbings, Uluru.
There will be candy, says Frederick.
Frederick actually, you see as Uluru's tail comes back, and there's like 6 candies on the length of her tail. But there may be no stabbings yet, but there will be candy.
Will there be stabbed candy?
The prince is looking at Surtur very curiously. If you are who the White Dragonborn says you are, which you have not denied, then why hide under the guise of a name of Surtur? By all accounts, regardless of the treachery of your former line, you are a regal noble man. Why hide behind guise? It is ill-befitting of nobility. Lord Frederick simply tilts his head with like raising both eyebrows and kind of making a face like, like,
No, Marsh. I just got an idea as it brings it up. So, like, a big dragonborn, right? It's kind of like revering the dragons and all that. So,
Mhm.
it's kind of like religious in a way. So I'm like, surely him changing his name to that must have like a religious significance, you know, within like the Red Dragon cult, like maybe as a
Considering he
whole.
was a
Like,
considering he was a Templar, which requires you to have a religious background and the power of the
Yeah.
divine attached to you at one point, and then a bard, and then a wizard. Yes, I'm sure that was a very big religious moment for him.
so I want to use my worldly knowledge
Go for
to
it.
see if I can piece together like some significance to that name. Perhaps
Alright.
let me reveal like some insight as to, you know, his ambitions, so to speak. There you go. That was
18, that's not bad.
18.
Huh?
Alright.
18.
So the name Surtur comes. It clearly seems to be involved with fire. Considering that he was bathed in red fire, which turned him to ash and Chris in basically a charred husk, as the stories describe. Yet if he is still alive now in dragon form, the name might be because the man that he was died that day, and he sees himself as literally reborn by fire.
Oh, I just made the connection. Oh, they thought he died in actual little Dragonfire, but Dragonfire can also not kill. God damn. I just realized that. I'm so stupid.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
He was completely
I know
turned to
where he fall-
ash, but the man charged up at the age of like 80, wielded a blade, and basically stared the red dragon in the face. Considering what you just learned about the Red Dragon's personality.
He might have been like, "You're worthy. See if you survive this."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. In mythology,
Go
Surtur
for it,
was a sort
Clovis.
of fire giant that was
So you,
not quite good. I don't
um,
remember exactly his deal, but pretty sure.
he's pretty good. All things considered, man. Uh,
And
do
I
you want to
believe the
go?
mythology that Surtur comes from, he's not necessarily a good guy in our standards of like
Right.
folklore. Let's see,
Well, I
religion
mean,
wise, there was a
yeah.
giant. There's a giant actually in this setting.
Yes, there was
An
a
old giant, one of the colossi, before from the first age that was referenced. He was said to have been a giant who wore a crown of fire and a mantle of lava. He called him. He was referred to as Surtur. In fact, you know this because your fire rune that you have, basically is Surtur's name inscribed in fire, inscribed into a rune.
You're gonna pick a name and
But
no, might as well go for it.
we know until Goliath came around that giants were very much hostile to us, weren't they?
They were hostile. Um, unless they were hostile if provoked. Essentially, they wandered and kind of went about their way. If you kind of provoked them, which it was never really understood what provoked them and what didn't, then they would basically like charge at you, kind of a thing. Which their every step was an earthquake. Their yells were thunderstorms, kind of stuff.
Right. So I mean, I guess yeah, it kind of makes sense. That yeah, I mean the name of a giant who essentially attack on sight because we didn't know what provoked them. Now he's doing more or less the same thing, right? Well, it's not like in the metaphorically kind of way, right? It's like building up forces. He's making himself giant.
In a
But
way.
yeah.
But he's also the name. You would believe that for him, the significance of the name likely comes from being reborn by fire, as well.
Mhm. Yeah. So I'll pop it and say, well, perhaps the reason why he's called Surtur is the simple reason that the man was reborn, quite literally. So, what's the point of keeping your old name when you're essentially different in everything but the mind?
You see, as Surtur gives you a look before looking direct, making full eye contact with you, Gildas, and speaking pointedly to you.
Uh-huh.
Mere war chiefs would not even begin to understand such concepts.
Oh, you're right. I'm merely a court jester. Such things that what happens in the world is usually beyond my skill set. I'm just trying to make sense of things I see and learn. Now, I know why you might have picked your name, and I also know where the name Surtur comes from, although I don't exactly see much similarities beyond fire. Well, I do suppose giants were mostly hostile to us at one point in history. That's really because we don't really understand them. But
He just gives you a grin before addressing the room again.
I do believe that a reward is in order. Some of you have
Right.
puzzled together an identity that most would never have even attempted to. But you still know the name. I will reward you as such.
Fire breath the whole room. Boom. Start over.
He actually, with one hand firmly on the hilt of the blade, points his finger directly at you, Delon.
Return to
Hmm.
King's Landing. Move to the Bard College. And seek the name Mikhail Minister.
Delon nods.
The King Hour actually, his eyes widen, and he is looking at Surtur as if in befuddlement. Mikhail. Surtur casts one glance to the king before shaking his head. I am not Mikhail. I am Surtur.
Let's see.
As this is happening,
Mhm.
Lord Frederick gently puts his glass down. It's empty of wine. Well then, with this thrilling discussion having reached its conclusion, I feel that this has only strengthened the position of Surtur, as he has proven himself more than capable of arming himself against black dragons.
Delon actually shakes his head. With all due respect, your lordship, it's quite the opposite.
How so?
The man knew what he was. The man knew how to fight, and the man's mind still regales inside of Lord Suitor. He and him are one. I will not deny this. I cannot. It is a fact. It is truth. However, in the blaze of fire, he is now another person, another being, and as such, has something to prove. That's why you're here. And because of this, in its inevitability, means you have a desire, something else in mind. You may have the experience, and that will come in time. But the discussion for the future of the Wood Elf Village, of the city of Lunaria and the people, that has now been put into great doubt. As for the Black Dragon, you're right, he will come, and he will fight. But that is why I make an offer, here and now. We are in a very specific opportunity here, for both of your excellencies. King Sylvanas, how truly do you wish for peace between me and my people?
I wish for peace with King's Landing greatly.
I see. I
Without
wanted to hear it
peace
from
with
you
King's
first.
Landing, I do not see a future for the land of elves.
I think I can agree on that, your lordship. Great excellency. With that in mind, I would like to offer something Lord Suitor cannot. I would offer to make a delivery of a message. I may not have great standing in my city, but I am still the son of a lord. I will take your letter seriously and bring it to you. If this is not nearly an issue, I also think one of our compatriots, Lord Mountainborn, I'm sure he'll be more than willing to do the same for the King of Gloucester. We need as many allies in this point as we can, and I'm sure, of course, Lady Eleanor can do the same for the King of Asterium. We also have
The
a...
prince actually speaks up. The King of Asterium is unlikely to ever accept any negotiations with ourselves at all. He was offered to have a seat at this table as the third member of the table. He denied it, and quite frankly, did so as politely, rudely as possible. I do not believe he would be an ally in this endeavor.
I understand that. You're right to in your beliefs, Your Excellency, but if we make no attempt to try, then we cannot know the truest answer. I think we at least owe that much, so when he denies it, it's in writing. He and his people, no matter how great in magic, there is a lesson of a kingdom that was very similar to that did not fare well against the Black Dragons. You may not have heard of it, but I'm speaking of the Kingdom of Sovereign. I do not wish the land of Asterium to become them.
Harkin actually, puts his quill down when you mention Sovereign,
Mm-hmm.
and narrows his gaze at you just a moment, Delon.
Mm-hmm.
Surtur, however, raises a brow. Sovereign is different. It is an understandable comparison. However, Sovereign was a nation cast off from the land by waters. A dragon can fly. The black dragon can fly silently. Most dragons can fly silently without ever being witnessed if they wish to. They can fly high above the cloud cover. However, whereas you may need a high tower to observe the oceans, to see what is coming from you on an island nation, in Canes, it is much, much more difficult for a dragon to fly to an entire nation before a warning bell can go off. The prince frowns. Do we need to speak of Sovereign at this time?
I meant only to bring up in comparison, nothing more, Your Excellency.
Lord Frederick actually, nods, seconding this. Sovereign is a more than apt comparison for what could become the future of Asterium, though I would not personally stop at the future of just Asterium. I would stop at the future of all nations.
If this kingdom, your people, becomes isolated, just like Asterium is attempting to do, and is more than happy to do so, without knowledge at this moment in time, I fear that we will not stand up against this. More than weapons and armor, we need hope. More than that, we need the bonds together, not as 5 fingers all coming together at once. No, we become one hand, one arm, one body, and we stand firm against the Black Dragon. He was in a weaker state when he fought, and he still decimated King's Landing and its walls by himself. If what I felt in that castle was what he is, he has grown in power significantly. Now more than ever, it's not just the power of the weapons, it's not the isolation, it's not the matter of magic. Those will come in time. But together, through one ideal, one concrete belief that we can do this together, that's what's going to save us. That's what's going to beat this dragon. Nothing less. The power of unity.
Lord Frederick nods, but has a bit of a faraway look as he says this next bit. Unity is all well and good. However, it is impossible without a king.
I know. And as difficult as it may be, that's why I'm still searching for one. Why one is needed. But before that time arrives, I believe in the process of what we are doing, we will find the crown. The crown will come and show itself as it has done so before. In this next step, as we prepare, as we create more unity, men of good and honor will show themselves. And the crown will hear its call. If we isolate ourselves, that call will never be heard. It will never appear, and we will stand no chance. But if we're united, if we're together, it will come. And at least when the world will know that the land of Canes and the land of elves, men, dwarves, dragonborns, kobolds, giants, Goliaths, and all the beings, creatures, made one last stand. There are a few tales that end in that way. So ended the way we started.
Oh, go ahead.
Before he goes, I'll just borrow his word from earlier and say, all you have to do, Prince, is put a little bit of faith in that possibility.
So the prince seems to be thinking, actually quite quiet as he does so. You see his eyes look left, right, at the entire table, not at anyone at the table itself, as if the table is a map or some sort of battle map of some sort. The king nods as he does so and looks to Uluru. Uluru, you mentioned this threat is no longer here. You also mentioned that it was a large threat, but it is gone. I believe it would be most insightful for us to ask, how large of a threat was it? Is it stronger than you?
Stronger than Uluru? Yes. Uluru would lose in single combat. But Uluru would wound it greatly.
Uluru nods, like, confidently at that.
There's a bit of pride. Yeah.
But at what cost?
If you were to have the aids of other large creatures of the forest.
Uluru considers creatures and large creatures of the forest as part of the forest. Uluru is forest. Uluru brings all of them. Single combat. Because Uluru is the forest. Keep up, please.
The king nods slowly. That is not single combat, but I believe I understand. Then, with all of the denizens of the forest at your beck and call, you would be able to wound the creature but not defeat it.
Why do you make Uluru repeat herself?
I am simply clarifying. That is bothersome. I believe this is needed then. A union of sorts. And, my prince, it need not be permanent. It could be temporary, even. I would hope for a more permanent union with King's Landing. However, if you are worried about dependency on foreign nations, it can be temporary against a common threat. So long as we show no aggressions towards King's Landing in the near future, we can be allies with them, like in the last Dragon War. The prince is still thinking. Surtur actually seems to speak up at this point. If I'm being completely honest here, one arrow, my lord, can be snapped by a child. It can splinter on the hardest of armors. It can lose all of its impact upon the sear coils of chainmail, coming to a stop just barely upon the flesh of the inhabitant within. 300 arrows, however. Yes, they can plink off the sides of armor, but one might find true. A boulder thrown by a trebuchet can crack great armor, can crush a wearer of chainmail. 300 arrows, well, you would need to be someone of immense strength to snap them in half. Seeking peace with King's Landing is smart. But do not forget that you can arm yourself while doing so. There's nothing stopping you from arming yourself while seeking union. Remember. Eladir seems to speak up. Well, with all of this having been said, and while observing as the neutral party that I am, I believe it's high time we come to a consensus on this matter. For I do not wish to be in this room a second time. The king nods solemnly at that. Indeed, we apologize for bothering you with such grievances. Ah, pish posh. You're not the one that has to pay for it. The prince finally stands and lays his hand on the table. I agree with meeting a consensus. Are we in favor of voting now and attempting to break the stalemate? The king stands, lays his hand on the table. Aye. Eladir lays her hand on the table.
Aye.
Erantir, Earthwalker, and Earthmother all stand. Erantir nodding. Then with the priests and druids presiding, we will officiate this vote. Gildas, you hear Harkin speak not too quietly to the room. And this is where they all three choose different positions. And we're here again for another 3 months.
So I'll throw back at him and say,
Oh, no!
board.
What'd you say to him?
Don't be a Spurs board.
He's just been doing this long enough to know how this goes.
Harka just grins and shrugs. His book now closed, the quill on top of it, one clawed hand on top of the book, watching attentively. The king nods. I will start the vote then. We of the Wood Elves believe in seeking a union with King's Landing, not while arming ourselves, choosing instead to arm ourselves afterwards, so that we might borrow from the martial might and advisement of King's Landing, while coming with an open hand of friendship. 2 open hands of friendship, none behind our backs, and none holding a blade, nor with any sort of deception, arriving for peace talks, and consulting King's Landing themselves for armaments and future defensements. The prince speaks. We of the High Elven Council, dictated by the King of Elvendom, believe that we should seek union with King's Landing while simultaneously arming ourselves against oncoming threats. Surtur is watching attentively, but he shows literally no emotion at anything that's happening yet. Eladir looks towards the party for a moment before she seems to look almost searchingly at the party before nodding and then looking back. We believe that the best course of action, while all choices given here on this day are noble, regal, and insightful, that they all preside over large benefits, and they all preside over equal consequence. One shines above all else. There is no harm in defending ourselves, nor is there any harm in defending ourselves while simultaneously seeking peace. However, there is nothing stopping us from seeking peace first, and once peace has been established, arming ourselves at that point. We have the most room to grow from such a perspective. We side with the king of Sylvanas. May such a decision prove regal and insightful. At this, Harkin actually reaches into his cloak, takes out a flask, and raises it up. Here, to much less arguments, finally. And you see him grab one of the glasses on the table, which he has not been drinking out of, and pour some brandy into it. Lord Frederick actually claps. Well maneuvered, my lady. Earthwalker and Earthmother nod. He ran to your nods. Uluru looks around and tilts her head.
Are we finally done?
Eleanor slumps in her seat for a moment and just sighs a sigh of relief. Thank goodness.
So right next to her, I'll say, I'm sorry for having talked so much instead of you. I mean, I know it's customary for you to be the one to speak, but, well.
It's fine, Gildas.
Me?
Honestly, I was quite tongue-tied.
So we've noticed. I know the man of the hour is on the other side of the table.
You talking about me?
Yeah, talking about Bub.
Oh, Bub.
Yeah, of course I'm talking about you.
Well, be like, no, that's right. Bub is the man of the hour. He's just gonna sleep with this gullet.
Bob is in a food coma.
No, he's a food cone. No, but
All
here's the
according to plan.
Ah,
Forget
call
subject,
it
do
custom,
nothing
man.
about it.
Munching on candy too.
So as that is
Delon-
said, as this oh, go ahead.
No, Delon is you can see like a genuine smile on Delon's face, and it's almost he's hiding it very well, but you see a hand behind his back, just like clenching a fist, like he's trying to release the excitement and tension while keeping himself very regal and restrained. He's doing the best he can to just like take the energy and put it somewhere else. But he's looking at all the leaders and the king, and he's nodding to Eladir specifically with a smile.
She nods back, but you see her mouth in your direction. One favor.
Delon nods. Delon nods at that, still holding the smile, and actually gives her a wink.
For her credit, she doesn't seem to show much of a reaction, but you do see her, the corners of her lips kind of crook up in a bit of a smile, but she just, shakes her head and returns her gaze to the room.
Mm-hmm. But I'll let you continue.
As this happens, Iran Tyr nods. With this, the meeting has been adjourned, and we will begin consultations on all sides so that we can begin movements, preparations, and actions for the chosen decision. If there are any begrudgments or disagreements with what has been chosen at this time, then you may keep them to yourselves. After all, the decision is final. May we all work together for the future of Elvendom. Surtur nods, and speaks up as well. My lords, I believe this is a decision that can be used quite well. Once the peace treaty has been spoken of, I will be more than helpful in helping you to arm yourselves against dragons. The prince actually nods, maintaining firm eye contact with Surtur. Yes, I expect nothing less. The king, right, still standing, nods, and just looks at all at the table. Then with that having been settled, I believe it is time for us all to raise a glass in celebration and retire to our own rooms. We've all had quite the busy, heated, and exasperating day. He raises a glass. Harkin has already downed his brandy several times and is just happily drumming his claws on top of his book.
Yeah.
Lord Frederick stands up as well. He chooses not to raise his wine glass, however. It's well and truly empty, but he does do like a bit of a bow. Very regal, one hand on his chest.
Delon will raise his glass.
So, I raise my glass to the king, like, at a comment. Considering, like, now that, like, they reached agreement, I can actually come forth and, like, actually say it. Say, well, King Sylvanus, if you ever need a neutral territory to hold the peace talks, my tribe is at the junction between the Gloucester line, well, the King's Landing line, Gloucester, and your lands. So, send a missive and you'll be welcomed.
Your shaman has dictated otherwise on many an occasion.
Perhaps, but I could potentially make him see reason. After all, I could use my, as our red friend put here, my silver tongue. And come up with something.
Then should you retrieve the permissions of your shaman, we will consider such a land for neutral diplomacy.
I nod and she raised my glass a little bit as a cheer before drinking.
The one as well. And Your Excellencies, as you draft up this peace document, I would be more than happy to answer any questions on how you might communicate with King's Landing in any way so that we could avoid any misunderstandings.
Yes, speaking of that, I will, before you leave the city of Lunaria, I will arrange a scribe to hand you a document of great import, which I have heard from good sources that you are heading back to King's Landing fairly soon.
We will. And your source is correct, Your Excellency.
Good. Upon arriving, I would wish for you to hand this letter of note to the highest official currently presiding within King's Landing. If your king is dead, then I imagine that it must be your regent.
Yes, yes, you're correct. I will make sure that Elio, the one actually chapters it, the Dragon of King's Landing will receive it. He's a powerful wizard.
Thank you. Make sure that no eyes except his ever lay eyes on it. No one must read these except himself. Matter of national security.
Be replaced in the bag of holding post haste. We receive it.
Excellent. Earthwalker and Earthmother nod.
We think we'll be leaving, however. Yes, I think it's time for us to retire. He's quite winded. You're quite boozy. You're a boozy old coot.
Both of them have like several bottles of wine that are just empty on the table next to them.
Ah, that makes sense.
The king nods, sitting back down in his chair. Well then, since the meetings are now adjourned and the likelihood of hostilities are over, he leaves his sword on the table, but he does gesture more pleasantly to the company here. If any of you would like to stay, commune amongst yourselves, and then simply enjoy the meal and drink and company, you are more than welcome to. After all, business has been adjourned, so we might as well have a pleasant time and start early on unions of friendship. The prince shakes his head. I'm afraid that I must deny you. For after this has been over, while I have been here dealing with this, I have already had an arrangement of 3 months' worth of work, which has not been being done while I have been here. Thank you, however, but I must politely decline. The prince retrieves his blade, turns to the full room, and actually gives a bow. The prince shall be retiring. May you all have a auspicious, pleasant evening. With that, his guard approaches him, nods, takes the saber from him, and they exit the room. Uluru immediately stands up and walks over to Erantir.
Yeah. Let's go. It's over.
Do not tug. Okay, we shall be leaving. She rises. Thank you all for participating within the meeting. And may you all have an enjoyable evening.
Uluru quite literally drags Erantir out of the meeting room. Surtur remains seated, but he actually just takes his knife and fork and starts digging into a steak. Eladir walks over to Eleanor, gives her a nod, pats her on the shoulder, comes back around over to you, Delon, and actually just
with incredible dexterity, tosses the blade in the air, catches it by the blade, and extends the hilt to you.
You want me to have it?
Of course. It's yours, isn't it?
With all due respect, Lady Elodie, I've actually been looking for your family for a long time to give it back to you.
She shakes her head. Think nothing of it. The blade was never meant to be wielded by my family. The blade was always intended to be used for good. Used by others.
Lady Elodie, I'm not Elven. You should stay in an Elven family.
Really? I thought those were those were ears on top of your head. No, I'm sorry. Your Majesty blinded me. Those are horns. It is mine to give if it is returned to me, and I choose to give it to you.
If you're certain on this, I promise I will continue to treat this blade with the utmost respect.
And it is that respect which is why I am giving it to you. Use it well, and use it in service of others. That is its purpose, after all.
One day I will return this blade officially to you, and it will serve this purpose. All things should return home.
She shrugs, now that the blade is essentially back in your hands.
Mm-hmm.
And we will see if I shall accept it at that point.
But until then, I do owe you a favor. So,
We
what
will
shall it be?
discuss it at another time.
I see.
I'll let it
Well, then-
marinate for a bit.
Well then, in that case, I do have a surprise for you.
She actually tilts her head at that.
Oh yes, I was actually. Where's Snacks at this time?
Snacks essentially is
Yelling
under
at
the
the
table.
Okay.
All of the yelling and the red dragon and Surtur getting like passionate kind of made him just hide under the table.
That's fair. Young Snacks, are you still here?
You hear no response. You just hear like a scurrying under the table.
Snacks, it's safe. You can come out.
Eladir actually raises an eyebrow. Snacks?
Hi.
As she says that, and you also say for him to come out, Snacks suddenly pokes his head out from under the cloth.
Yes?
I brought someone to see you.
Hello. There was a lot of yelling. It's too loud for Snacks's ears.
You never have liked loud noises.
Delon leans in and whispers to Lady Elodie, I may have purchased this contract for a year. As soon as we leave, he's coming with us. Thought that might make you a bit happy to hear.
You do see a soft smile on her face. She reaches down and basically gives Snacks a pat on the head before giving you a warm smile. Thanks. Take good care of him.
Delon just
Or me and my mercenary company will hunt you down.
you have to get there first. Lord Suda will have me before that, or the Red Dragon.
Charter and his mercenary group are bigger than ours. We could travel faster than them. As for the Red Dragon, well, he's even less than us. I imagine he'll be there first.
Aye. But I don't intend to incur any of their wrath. He's in good hands, I assure you.
Of that I have no doubt. but
And-
I do have to leave as well.
Hmm.
She looks around the whole room before shaking her head. All this fine fabrics, fine food, fine drink, cushiony chairs, velvet silks.
Hmm.
It's also suffocating.
Your lady, Ella dear. I meant what I said when I spoke to you. I know you may not like your honoring certain aspects of your people or yourself. I do want you to know that I will try never to use that. I tried never to use that against you. As far as I'm
I'll hold
concerned,
it to you for the future as well. But hey, it's not that I hate nobility or the fact of where I come from. Quite the opposite. Cloth, beautiful dresses, coin, wealth, riches, food, drink, dances, balls. Those aren't things that make one a noble. She shakes her head. It's one's action and the steel of their merit and heart that makes one truly a noble. The noble line doesn't need to be remembered so long as the actions can be. And as she says that, she shoots you a wink.
take care.
You as well. She gives one last pat on Snax' head before walking out of the room.
At this point, I think Delon will approach Gildas and everyone else. Well, that was intense.
Say that again.
Eleanor nods. I was not expecting such a conflict or confrontation with Surtur. Surtur, for his sake, just keeps eating, even though it's very obvious he could hear you.
Oh, what's it gonna do, eh?
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, Gildas.
Well, I'll say. Oh, I think it was very much expected. Just didn't think it would take that long. Really, when you look back, it really was just mostly that. And, like, talking about the issue at hand. If anything, I had all these things planned. I could have said I didn't think none of them. Well, no. Maybe a fifth. If at that.
Even
But
so,
it turned out well in the end, so.
alright. You know, all this fine food and dining, nice. But I think we deserve a proper celebration. One that everyone can enjoy. Perhaps, is it perhaps, if you're interested?
What do you have in mind?
Continue.
Well, usually I'm not quite too keen on such events, but in such a moment of tribulation, I think it's all respects to have an actual it's like Delon, think about it. At the end of every successful mission, sometimes we go to a local tavern and get a nice drink. I think in such a tense moment, it would be very good if we release certain tension. How about it? Let's go to the tavern. And what is it? Studios refers to the term. Oh hell. Get a bit sloshed.
At this, as you say going to the tavern, you actually hear Surtur speak up clearly in your direction, but he doesn't stop eating his steak, merely barking out essentially.
You'll receive no harm or no conflict from my men.
Just so. Thank you, Lord Suda.
In fact, you'll find them having overstayed their welcome in their making of merry.
Let's see. What's oh, with that kind of advice, we can't pass up a good moment, now can we?
Awfully kind of you to withdraw your men for their sake, Serta.
Sorry. Did somebody say something, or was that hot air?
Aw, no need to be childish. It was a genuine compliment.
Still, such a odorous stench of hot air.
Oh, somebody is quite the sore loser, I think.
Delon will glance at Harkin Sergeant. What say you, Sir Harkin? Care to join us?
Oh yes, I've quite had my fill of hot air. Why, it smells like brimstone in here. Just awful. I don't know how many of you have smelled brimstone. It's absolutely foul. Worse than rotten eggs.
Come on.
Now, don't provoke him that much more. I think he gets it.
Right. Alright, then.
Provoking.
I
I'm
will-
simply speaking factual statements. It does stink.
Size Harkin. People are eating.
No. People aren't eating. Dragonborns aren't people. Not in that sort of a way.
Oh, but then I'm like, move my head toward like Frederick, like the king was still there eating.
Oh, well, Frederick's not people. Now are you, Frederick?
And do I actually think? Yeah, you got a point. But
Harkin, I know what you mean as a jest and barb, meant to incite a sort of aggressive statement. However, you're right. Nobility is a standpoint that puts one above the mere denizens of people. It is nice to be acknowledged as such.
Spot. You and I both know exactly what you meant.
Then, if you can drink a bit more when you get there, Sir Harkin. In the meantime, I think we'll all be guessed up. But if there's any issue you want to bring up with the King, Lady Eleanor, I would press do so now.
I can do so before we leave. The king will
Excellent.
remain within these walls for some time. He has some papers to write up, and I can always make
Excellent.
a pit stop back in within.
And of course, if he needs anything from me or any us, he can always contact us. I'm sure.
Yes, and I am sure he will do so. Lord Frederick actually stands up and approaches the party. With an incline of his head and a polite smile, he speaks. You have all performed yourselves quite exceptionally within the battlefield that is known as a noble court. I must say, Lord Nebulum is correct to have kept such a close eye on all of you. I do expect such wonderful things from you in the future. For if this is your debut upon a grand stage, even if it is but a single back alley pub, I think we'll be seeing much more of you in the coming days. And I really, truly hope that we can continue to operate on such pleasant terms. He says as he extends a hand for a handshake.
Delon reduces necrotic damage. Natural resistance. Okay, I guess. I will give
Maybe
a.
we have to see you again. Damn
Yeah. All right. I'll roll performance, I guess, because it's a handshake,
it.
proper handshake or some shit.
Roll athletics.
Yeah.
Break his
Yeah.
hand. That's our dominance.
Yeah. Yeah. Show that might is right. Really? Roll athletics?
It's up to you. You could roll performance for a gentlemanly handshake, or you could roll athletics for a strong handshake. It's up to you.
Yeah. As fun as it would be, it's on his character.
Dang it.
You know what? You know what? It doesn't say that performance. I can't just give him like a. It can't give like a whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. I'll do athletics. Fuck it. Well,
Go.
All right. So you're able to give quite the firm handshake. You notice that when you shake his hand, it's deathly cool to the touch, and he is able to match your grip despite the lack of apparent muscles in his hand.
That's what I thought. Delon actually matches it. Look, is it? Look, Kenika, are you fine? You seem a little cold.
Oh yes, I'm afraid that long discussions tend to wind me. And I have been traveling quite far from Nebulum, you see. Nebulum's quite the dry, cool environment, and it's quite moist here. I'm afraid I'm not used to the environment itself. I grow tired quite easily here. It is why I retired earlier the last time.
Have you ever considered getting yourself some King's Landing gloves? We get quite nice firm ones. I even heard Bernoldian gloves are superior here with their boar skin.
I usually wear simple white gloves, or sometimes when I am riding I will wear black gloves. However, for such situations as these, I found it more honest to wear no gloves for such occasions.
As you wish. Have a good rest of the night. Take care of yourself.
Of course. And I hope you all make quite merry and enjoy yourselves. And once more, please do remember, the Lord of Nebulum sends his regards to you and your families.
That sends a shiver once again down Delon's spine, hearing those words. The Lord of Nebulum says his regards.
Harkin nods to Lord Frederick. See you in a few months, huh? Yes, I believe we'll be making acquaintances again in just a short amount of time. Yes, for men such as us. Just a few months is nothing. But a drop in the bucket, eh?
Yeah.
Lord
I'm gonna
Frederick
wait
simply
till-
shakes his head and, with a bit of a grin, but leaves the room. None of his footsteps again make a single sound, and he just seems to glide out of the room.
So Delon actually just gonna wait for a little bit. Wait till he's actually lean over to Darhagen. Darhagen, is it just me, or I don't mean to be offensive, but are there rumors of Nebulum true about the well, you know.
I know a lot of things about Nebulum. You're gonna have to ask me a bit more specific.
But you know, the cold hands, the loose footsteps. Some quite insane rumors. One about creatures that eat blood and such.
Oh, you're speaking about the ones with the low blood. Yes, their blood is thin. Very thin. Barely flows through their vein. It's like molasses. Molasses, Delon. It's a syrup. It adds to their coldness, as well as their clammy complexion. Nebulum also tends to lead to clammier citizens as well. They don't get much sunlight over there.
I see.
Naturally, most of their citizens are pale-skinned.
I could roll insight, but Delon's like choosing to accept his bullshit. But I'll do it. I'll roll insight just for character. Yeah, it's 11.
Harkin is covering for Frederick.
Ah, that's fine. That's what I can basically get. Dylan's not gonna
Yes.
push it. He's
You
fine
get
with
that Harkin's covering. You're not sure why, but you can tell Harkin is telling a very plausible story.
Sure. It's good enough. And Dylan will just be like, well, if that's the case, what are we waiting for?
Yes, yes. Let us away and make merry.
Let's go grab it. Young Snack, come.
Yes, let us. It will be so much fun to be in the tavern and not get tossed around. Maybe Snacks can actually have a drink this time.
A quarter of a drink.
Only a quarter? Why is Snacks being rationed? All the others are making merry. Snacks is excellent hunter. Snacks can take it.
We'll see what you do with a quarter. I think that's the proper way to kind of end it. I did want to have, like, the one last thing I probably want to do is turn around real quick and go and briefly speak to Suitor ever so briefly.
You can do it if you want.
Yeah, I'll do it. Everyone else is carrying the door, and I'll just walk up to Suitor, who's eating. Lordship?
Surtur actually puts his fork and knife down, and turns himself fully to you. Quite well handled. An excellent display of political prowess that I did not expect from you.
As well as you. Expertly placed. When I realized what you were up to, one of the finest displays of tactical advantageous maneuvers I've seen in a long time. And I mean this with complete sincerity. It was an honor to fight against you. Delon actually extends his hand.
So he stares at you for a moment, and actually takes off his gauntlet, placing it on the table, and shakes your hand with his own. What you are praising me for is what I am considering a sloppy execution, with a near perfect planning. However, should this have been a fight, it would have been very different. It's much more of a spar. But for a spar, it has proven most insightful. And I quite enjoyed it.
I did as well. You actually can see Delon actually gives, like, for the first time in a few times, there's a bit of, like, draconicness when he says that. He usually kind of keeps it down. Doesn't hide it that time.
Surtur grins at that, nodding appreciatively. There it is.
Enjoy your dinner, Lord Suitor.
Enjoy your festivities.
Lord Suitor, before I go, I did have one final question. As I am traveling back to King's Landing and its lands, were the records true? Do you still have... It said that you had 2 other heirs. Is there anything you would wish me to give to them? A message, perhaps?
Surtur actually breaks eye contact with you, leaning back in his chair, one hand on the hilt of his blade, the other actually palm flat on the table as he looks off in the distance in the direction of Reynold.
Hmm.
Stories of heirs is true. But there's a strange fire in his eyes as he makes eye contact with you this time.
Hmm.
A father should never have to outlive his sons.
Delon nods. My deepest condolences, then. Dylan actually gives a proper bow at that. But he doesn't take his eyes off him. He
Surtur
bows.
inclines his head to you, keeping eye contact as well. They were good lads. They never knew I was within reach of them, ever watching them. I am proud to say that what they've become, what they became, was worthy of the Minister line.
He's
And in a
basically.
sense,
Hmm.
you see a rather large grin appear on his face. A father never had to watch his sons die, but the sons outlived their father.
Hmm. Enjoy your dinner. Dylan will walk away.
As you're walking away, he actually speaks back to you to your back. Don't forget, Bard College, Mikhail Minister.
Dylan actually inclines his head just a bit, not turning around. How could I forget, Lord Suitor? You made it very clear.
You receive no words back, as the only thing you hear is a fork and a knife returning to a steak.
Sounds good to me. Get the hell out of here! Alright. I'd be more than
And
happy to party, but maybe that's the next session.
I think we'll have it for next session.
Yeah, we'll have full fun party time.
So next session, the party, having helped arrange a settlement, looks like the elves are going to seek peace with King's Landing. They will party hard in the tavern over their with celebrations over their success. Until next time, hope you all have a great evening. Bye-bye.